All right, we are, we're going to get started in just a minute. I'm going to give David another minute to get here.
All right.
Before we get started, we can let webinar, are there people waiting for the webinar? Did we start that?
In Virginia.
Did we start the webinar, Charles?
His thumb is up.
Yeah, okay.
Do we
good.
have,
Can you not see it? Yes.
yeah, I hadn't actually been to this role. My sister lives here. So
Oh, that was good.
hang with her over the weekend, so it's
Oh, okay. All right, hello, member of the public.
Virginia.
Welcome. All right, well, I guess I can just walk through the agenda while we wait for David. So I wrote it on a flip chart, imagine that. Oh, the camera's right on me. So we're gonna start off with just some internal business as usual. And by about 2:30, the plan is for that hour, we're gonna break into small groups. And each small group is gonna have one of our remote participants. So we're gonna do a little shuffling to figure out how we do that.
How does that work with the open meeting room?
It's fine with the open meeting rule because there's no requirement that there be Zoom access. And the public who is here can walk around and
Gotcha.
see people. So we will actually turn off for those, we don't have anyone on Zoom, but if we did, we'll basically turn off, we'll point it at a picture for an hour while you all do your work in small groups. So you'll just kind of find a spot somewhere to do work. And as I said, there'll be one of our remote participants in each group. So we'll figure out either they'll link in, someone will call them on their cell or FaceTime them or Zoom them from your phone or whatever. We'll figure those out as we move into small groups so that it'll only be 3 to 4 of you in each group. So I figure that way the remote people can still be integrated into the conversations. And then we will come back. Then we'll take a break. We'll come back, have a full group debrief about our small group work. And then we will take a dinner break. We'll come back and the rest of the meeting time, I think we're gonna sort of figure out how we need to use all of that depending on what comes out of the small groups. But at some point, we're gonna talk about work planning now that we have a new, more leisurely time frame to get our work done. We'll talk about sort of how we want to use that moving forward, knowing that generation, data collection is in progress. And then we will get Jeffrey on the line and we'll spend a little time to make sure that we all have the same data questions in mind, that Jeffrey knows what they are. And then we'll talk a little bit about how that's going to work to connect between Jeffrey and NAREB and make sure that both sets of data are being collected and being integrated effectively. And then we will have time for public comment by 7:40 and close by 8. If we're done earlier, that's fine. And we'll just have public comment sooner. But yeah.
I just make a statement about public comment.
Yeah.
Everybody should be very careful of what they say at these meetings. Okay, something was brought back up to me that somebody took a transcript of something I'd said and took it a little bit out of
Yeah.
context, and we have to be careful. And it's somebody who calls in a lot.
Yeah.
So just think about that when we're on.
These are our ground rules. They're here for a reason. We're
Yeah.
all going to be respectful all through. Yeah, Jeff.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I would say, when you say you can go to the more legislative pace, I don't actually agree with that. I think we need to kind of keep the pedal to the metal here. And I would not, yes, we need to get the data, but we shouldn't all of a sudden think we can slow this thing down. Otherwise we're going to get very close to April, May, and if we get the opportunity to say something at the town meeting, which we may, we want to be ready for that. So I just be careful with that. The other thing, Stacey, you and I have talked about this before. I think this would be a good time, though, for you to lay out for us at sometime over the next few weeks a milestone-driven plan with dates that we're going to aim for. That doesn't mean we can't move them backwards or forwards, but I might be the only one that hasn't really felt I know what's going to go on after the next meeting. And I really think we know enough now about what's got to unfold here for you to help us have a plan that we all understand, we all buy into, and that's one of the things we review at every meeting. And if we're going to push back dates or moving forward, we can. But without it,
So hold those thoughts. We'll come back to them. And that's why I want to spend some time on work planning. Really at this stage, understanding what steps you all think need to happen, knowing that the information we've gotten about data collection is that, I think it's sometime mid-February that we're expecting that we might be able to get the set of data that we need. So are there other things between now and then that people think we need to be doing? How do we move things forward?
What data can't we get until mid-February?
What? Any of the real estate data.
And who?
So let's hold this thought. I want to get there. Let's hold all that till we get to the data conversation. But we will get there. We will get there. We will talk about it today. Yes, thank you for showing that. Wow, these cameras are amazing. Okay, so that's on the agenda. We will talk about it. The data, we'll talk about the work planning. We'll talk about the schedule. Anything else people want to mention about the agenda right now? Anyone know where Dave is?
No. He does have a business to run though, so he might.
Okay. Yeah. And Peter and Kathy and Mary, hello.
Hello.
Can you guys hear us?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Mary, did you have a question? You're just saying hi. You're just saying hi. Okay, great. Okay, so we unfortunately do not have the meeting summary from our last meeting for you all. And we apologize for that. But we will have that to you as soon as we can. We did send you the summaries from the two work groups, but we assumed that not everybody had gotten a chance to look them over, so we didn't want to approve them yet today either. Yeah.
While Megan's here, can I just get straight in my mind, materials that we're going to use at a meeting like today?
Yeah.
Megan, are there town rules around when that should be in the packet before the meeting? Because we really don't get anything. Like we got something today, we got it this morning at 9 o'clock.
But we're not using that for the meeting.
Well, we'll get to it at the end of the
Well,
meeting.
it's for today's meeting.
It is. I mean, the reality is we're all doing the best we can to go at the pace that you want to go at, right? Which is very frequent meetings. Then people are every other week meetings with meetings in between for work groups end up being, it just becomes a
logistical
challenge.
understand if there's rules, that's all.
So the open meeting law does not pertain to packet information that goes in early. So as long as it's on the agenda, it can be discussed. That said, it's always ideal to have any materials that are going to be discussed at the meeting posted as a part of the packet in advance, just for ease and clarity. But it's in no way a meeting law violation.
No, but I would really ask us to try to do that because it's tough showing up.
We get it. We're with you. We're trying.
The third document that was included in today's email was the key facts document from Granicus. I read that and I had some concerns.
Yes.
That's going to be later.
That is going to be later. Yeah. And, it's a 1.5 pager. So even if you didn't get a chance to read it in advance, there will be plenty of time to discuss it. Yeah, we will get to that. So,
Well, I don't know if we should.
we get it, that's best practice, yeah. Okay, so, hello, welcome. That's your seat, you're in the hot seat, there you go.
The Starship Enterprise.
Front of the room, that's what happens when you come last, right?
Laughing at me.
Glad I get to sit back.
And then our remote friends are over your head back there. All right, so what I wanted to do, since we're all together, I'm gonna try it. We're gonna thumb wrestle. Megan, we're gonna, in this, to thumb wrestle with Julia here. Wait, no, you two. Samanish, have you done the thumb wrestling? Okay.
I don't do that.
You don't want to thumb wrestle?
No,
Okay, you won't do it?
I don't.
Okay, so John won't do it.
I don't even know what it is.
The rest of you, I just want you to pair up. We're gonna take 30 seconds and we're gonna thumb wrestle. Now, but I gotta tell you the rules. The rules
I
are,
don't want to.
the goal is to pin your partner's thumb as many times as you can in 30 seconds. That's the only goal. Just to pin your partner's thumb as many times as you can in 30 seconds. You all know how to thumb
So
wrestle.
it's not your partner, it's really your.
Your counterpart.
Your enemy.
Your counterpart,
Your
right?
thumb enemy.
So
I got
you guys
it.
can stand up
I have a strategy.
or partner up,
Just let each other-
right? Okay, partner up. Ready?
Oh,
You do it,
did you say
John?
stand up?
No, I'm gonna read.
Okay, Julia, you want to work with Tom?
Okay, it's all right, I'll go.
All right,
We're good.
I'm gonna time you, and we're just gonna give you 30 seconds. I'm gonna tell you when to go, and your
Yeah, I
job
think
is to
that's-
count.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you guys can step out of the middle if you want,
If you give me an email, I'll yell.
right? And I'm gonna say 3, 2, 1, go, and you're gonna pin, right? And you're gonna pin your partner's hand, your counterpart's hand. Ready? Everybody ready? 3,
Gotta make it a
2,
challenge.
1, go.
Hey, got it. Like we do a blindfolded.
1-to-1.
And then we'll switch.
Are you counting?
Two.
Two.
15 more seconds.
Oh, Your turn.
10 seconds.
Secret hand.
2, 3. No, wait, are we over?
5
come
seconds.
on, get up to 30.
4 to 4.
Okay, you got it.
All right, time.
That was close.
All right,
Did you get it?
all right. So raise your hand if you pinned your partner's thumb at least once. Twice? 3 times? 4 times? How many times?
3.
3? How many times?
I think it was 32. It was 32 also.
0.5.
How many times?
4.
5.
5. Okay.
we-
How on earth did you do that?
Well, we decided to be collaborative.
Yeah.
We thought there was a
Found
win-win
a
here.
consensus.
Yeah.
32 and 30 seconds, that's
Right. So
amazing.
this is
No, in 15 seconds.
Oh, 15
Then I did
seconds.
32 and 15.
Got it.
It's just
right.
bing,
So
bing,
it's a
bing.
little facilitation exercise here. That right when you hear pin your partner's thumb, your expectation is, oh, I have to fight with my partner, my counterpart, to pin their thumb, because why would they let me? Except for that I never said, don't get your own thumb pinned.
Oh, yeah, right.
I only said, pin the other person's thumb. So there's a win-win solution there,
See?
but some people figure it out, right, or know it.
I didn't know it.
You just figured it out,
It
Figured
was
it out.
just
Yeah.
evolution and we had
I'll
work.
give
Yeah.
you credit on that.
right? Anyway, just a little opening. So one last thing I wanted to do before we go into our small groups is, the public engagement subgroup, whoever came to that meeting last week, we talked about some of the questions that we were gonna raise for the public. And that meeting is gonna be allowing the public to talk to each other in small groups about the topic of STRs. How do they affect you personally? Like, what's your personal experience? whether you've stayed in one, whether you've rented your place in one, whether you live next to one, whether your block is filled with them, whether your block has not, whatever it might be, whether we just want people to get a chance to talk about it. And I realized that we haven't done that here. We haven't given all of you a chance to speak, not about what policies you want, not about just your own personal experiences with STRs and sort of, what they've been. So I wanted to just do a go around for the group, and we'll give our remote members a chance as well, to just take a minute uninterrupted by your colleagues to just say a little something about your own personal experience with STRs. Sound okay?
So we're not talking about what we wish would be or what.
Exactly.
Just our own experience.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, what is it? I've never stayed in one, or I have stayed, or I've never used one, or I used to, or whatever it might be, right?
See,
Yeah.
before we go there, can you just, for those who were not at the meeting where you talked about the input, the public input meeting, can you just let us know, like, what's the role or the goal of the meeting is to collect the information?
Yes.
So even though you're in a small group, that conversation will get sort of collected separately? Is that
Yeah, so the idea that we had was that the members of the working group and the alternates would serve as small group moderators, right? And so your job would not be to give your opinion, but only to help lead the discussion, right? Like, make sure everybody gets a chance to speak, all of that. And we'll send out a guide, a facilitation guide. Now, we recognize that there's the possibility that we'll have more attendees than we have facilitators. So we'll also have a self-facilitation option if we have more than 150 or 200 members of the public. Then
I have a planning meeting.
then we will have a short, here's how you facilitate your own small groups, right? And then we'll send people off into groups of like 6. I think if they're facilitated, they could be as many as 10 in a small group, maybe, but 8 is probably more ideal. If they're self-facilitated, I wouldn't want them more than 6 people.
you also have some in person and some hybrid?
No, it's all online.
Oh, all on Zoom.
It's all on Zoom.
Barry probably won't be coming to that meeting. We have a planning. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's fine.
so
But you're gonna come.
I'll lead planning and this stuff.
And all of the small group.
Separately will be recorded.
Yeah.
Oh,
And then
awesome.
they'll
Yeah.
send it to us.
And then, right, and then what we will do is try to collate the theme. We're not gonna write everything everybody said, but we're gonna try and capture the key themes that we heard and feed it back to the working group just as input from the public. Here's what they had to say
I think
about
that's a better way than to have
STRs.
everyone come up and yell at us. and-
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We have learned that is the absolute worst way to do public input.
No,
It's like stand up with your speech and read it at a microphone for 3 minutes. We're not gonna do that.
Yeah, I mean, this will be one, Stacey, where getting that data though back to us pretty quickly would be important. Because,
Well, we're gonna talk about time.
yeah, no, because
'Cause
those of
it's
us
gonna
that are
take some
living
time.
here,
Oh, wait,
It's gonna take some time
But
to
the-
collate.
You're
So-
100%.
Well-
you're evaluating people who are showing up to a meeting because they have a bug up their butt. That's why they come to.
Well,
the
that's
meeting.
part of it too,
Well-
yeah.
So you gotta weigh it all.
That's
It's
true.
not,
It's gonna be, we'll, yeah, we could talk more about that, but, okay, we'll get to that after. So for now, this was the first question we were gonna ask in the public meeting is tell us a little bit, or tell each other a little bit about your personal experience with STRs and, what brings you to the conversation. But for you, we know more things bring you to the conversation, but we do want to just hear for a minute or so about your own experience.
That's it.
So, anyone want to volunteer to go first?
For about 8 years, I rented 2 weeks a year here with my family. My kids knew no other summer but coming here. And about 33 years ago, I was fortunate enough to be able to buy a piece of land And about 30 years ago, I was fortunate enough to build a house on the land. And I've had a house since, and I've never experienced a short-term rental since. I've never rented my house out. But if it wasn't for short-term rentals, I would never have been coming to Nantucket, because we were going to different islands, different places. We started off at the Cape, we went to Vineyard, then we came to Nantucket. And we loved Nantucket so much, we kept coming back. Met Dave a long time ago, because my son's a surfer, and, and we're still here. So, and I retired here, so that's.
Did you stay in the same place?
I live in the same
Year
house.
after
I
year?
renovated the house, but I live in the same.
No, I mean, when you rented the many years.
Oh,
you
no.
did
Always rented in a different house.
Somewhere different.
Yes, always rented in a different house. And in terms of, I still have other personal things. I do have neighbors, many neighbors who rent. In the past 5 years, I've had one time that it was noisy. Other than that, every other time at 10 o'clock at night, so somebody flipped the switch and they're quiet, and I have no other complaints. Albeit I live on big properties, so it's a little bit different.
Anyone, and we're keeping an eye out for Kathy, Peter, Mary, if you want to share.
Similar to Peter, I rented, I guess, in the 80s and 90s for probably 15 years or so as renting as a short-term renter. Then I retired and bought my own place here. I didn't come to live here full-time right then, but I was fortunate I didn't need to rent it, so I never actually rented my own place out. But that is, as you said, I would not have gotten here if it wasn't for short-term rental in the first place. Fast forward though to this last year, I live opposite a home that actually was a family home of an old Nantucket family that got sold, and it is short-term rental for. So this is the first year that's been short-term rental, and I ended up having to call the police at 2 o'clock one morning, Sunday morning, because of a crazy party that just didn't stop. I will say the police were there in 15 minutes. They shut the whole thing down, and there was no problem after that. I will say it's a good example, though, that at the beginning of the season, that house was rented for 5 weeks. And towards the end of the season, it was rented for 5 weeks. It was the short-term rental in the middle that caused the issue. And then I also live just down the road from the Copley Group house in Monomoy. I have to say, I've never had any issues from that house, but it is a couple of doors down.
Peter, did you want to jump in?
Sure. We do not rent our home out, which we have owned, which we built and have owned since
Can't hear you,
2009.
Peter.
I'm sorry. Can you not hear me at all?
Barely.
I wonder why.
Better.
It's echoey.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. As I was saying, we do not rent out our home, which we built and have lived in since 2009. However, our neighbors on both sides do rent occasionally. I mean, they're both they have a presence there, but they also rent. Generally, we've not had a problem. On the few occasions where someone might argue that there's too much noise, we've spoken to the owners. We've got a good relationship with them, and it's taken care of itself pretty quickly. From the late 80s through the time we built, we would often come to the island for a couple of weeks at a time, and we would use short-term rentals or B&Bs and hotels. So we've seen it all, and like others, we would not have enjoyed Nantucket without having the opportunity to rent short-term. So from our perspective, it's not been a problem, basically.
Thanks. Kathy?
Hi, everybody. Let me lower my hand. So I started to come to the island in the early 80s when my kids were small. We have friends who were a family that had been multi-generational, coming as seasonal residents. they are now year-rounders. They retired here, which happens to a lot of us when we can do that. So we bought my house in 1993. So my kids spent a lot of time. I lived at the time in New Hampshire, so we were down quite often because it was so close. Weekends, school vacations, good parts of the summer, and we never rented our house until the 2015. I had been a few years before retirement. My company was bought, and the management got. We were supposed to keep all the management, but you know how that works. Your management doesn't stay. So I lost my job before I was ready to retire, and so I decided I would rent the house out just to compensate, give myself some income while I was in that situation before I could retire. So I do currently rent my house on short-term rental. I rent only through Airbnb. That's just because it was simple for me to use, and I wanted to personally manage and vet the people who are going to stay in my home. My son lives on the island year-round. He loved it so much growing up that he's a permanent resident there, and he works in the hospitality industry. And he's our property manager and our cleaning service, and the income goes to him to help him find affordable housing, for example. So we're very familiar with the issues associated with that. I live out in Tom Nevers. My rental pattern is probably very different than many, although I think that the rental patterns that people have at short-term rental are all so different, and the stories are so different. Since my son is in the hospitality industry, doing a turnover on a weekend is not possible because it's just busy. So we typically rent to families, multi-generational families. It's only a 3-bedroom house. It's very small, on a very small lot. Neighbors right close by, so we have to be careful. And it's only for our average rental is maybe 2.5, 3 days. So I typically rent once a week for 3 or 4 days, and that's it. That gives my son time to turn the house over. He needs some time to do that. So we have had people in the shoulder season rent for a month. We've done that a couple of times, especially during the pandemic. And we basically block our house out for dates until our whole family, all our kids and grandkids come every summer. We spend about 3 months of the year, throughout the year there on the island. So every month of the year we are there. So the house is actually never shut down. So that's what we do. And it's just enough to cover the house expenses. And our hope is that when we are no longer able to come and it passes on to the 5 children we have, that it will be self-sustaining and they'll be able to keep it without burdening one of them that may not make as much money as the other, kind of thing. So that's how we use the money, and it stays on the island. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. Yeah.
My experience is really only through others, to be honest with you. I mean, I've rented, I think, a short-term rental once, and it was a good experience for me. I don't think it negatively impacted the neighbors when I did it. Did it for Thanksgiving one year with my family in California, and that was fun. Other than that, my experience with short-term rentals is really just based on what we're doing now. I mean, it started when the chair of planning board had to recuse and I had to take over. So that's been my involvement is basically this process and not much more. So listening to people, hearing it from all sides really is all I have. And I guess that's partly why I feel data is so important.
Yeah, I'll echo much of what Dave said. I'm a year-round renter. I've never done a short-term rental or rented a short-term rental. But I did work for the legislature when the statewide bill did go through. And so I paid attention to that. And then being on the housing stakeholders group through my job, which appointed me or nominated me for this spot on the work group, paid attention through that. So those are really only 2 interactions.
So we moved here in 82. We bought a little bungalow. 92, the house next door, which was bigger, was available, and we were able to buy it. We tried to sell the first house, but it was a recession. So we rented it out year-round for 20 years to friends, who became better friends. They moved away. We decided to rent the bungalow short-term partly because we wanted the house available at holidays because our family, our kids had grown up and there were a lot of people coming and going. And so we vetted people very carefully. We rented through VRBO, Verbo. Sometimes we had to turn people down if they had too many people, or if we could just tell that, there was a little edge to what they were doing. And we had good experiences overall with the short-term rentals that we had. The people, mostly families, nice people, they love being here. I will say, however, we have a neighbor on the other side of the house, and she has a neighbor on her other side who does short-term rentals, and she would say to me sometimes, Jim, how do you vet your people so much better? Because the people on the other side is really awful, but your people are quiet. And I think the difference is that we lived next door. We vetted carefully. The other people weren't here. No criticism of them as people, but I'm just saying a short-term rental is a very different experience depending on how involved the owner or the representative of the owner is. And I really do think that's why I keep harping on, I don't like the idea of business entities owning, is that people that live on Nantucket know the community. They want to preserve neighborhood values as well as make money, which is very important. And both can be done if there's a unified, integrated whole there. Sorry for the sermon.
My grandparents started coming to the island in the 40s. And they eventually got our property, and they retired up here, and they were really active in the community. And so myself and my sister and my two cousins would come up every summer and spend the summers with them. And so at 14 was my first job. I worked for Mrs. Mary P. Walker, for whom the auditorium is named for. Amazing, amazing woman, as her chambermaid. She was running a guest house then. I worked at the museum shop, and the same with my, cousins and my sister. My sister lives here year round now. So in 2008, my grandfather passed away. And so at that point, we started to do short-term rentals in order to maintain the property. My sister is here, so she does a lot of the coordination. We've never actually advertised on Airbnb or VRBO or anything. It's all word of mouth, families that we've known and connections, friends of friends, and that kind of thing. And so we're vetted really carefully. We also have a winter renter each year, and so that helps a bit. But the family comes up for our weeks, and then we have a few weeks available for short-term rental, in between to help supplement our income. But it would be really difficult for us to keep the place without that, just because, the taxes and the insurance and everything just keeps climbing up. So.
Yeah, my experience is a long time ago. Well, I guess at the beginning when my husband bought the house in 2005, we did rent, like Dave said, we rented for a couple of weeks one summer. But frankly, we didn't have AC and we didn't have any of the stuff that the renters wanted. So anyways, we moved here year round. So, and we only have one dwelling. So that was it. And when I started working for Act Now, one person who was close to the organization, who was in the real estate business, said, you need to look at short-term rentals because it's changing. And I thought, is this like a NIMBY thing? Because I really didn't understand. My neighbors rented to each other, basically. Their family would show up and they would rent for a few weeks to the daughter or whatever. So I never was personally impacted by any issues around vacation rentals. And it took a while to dig through and, to start hearing stories and to dig through the registry and start really researching it. And that's the sort of the researcher in me was like, is there really something here? And then I started finding, okay, so it's exactly what Jim described in a way. There seemed to be a relationship between if the person was involved, if the family was living here to some degree, or to more degree, there was a different, I've never heard a story from a neighbor complaining that their year-round neighbor was short-term renting their property and it was a problem. Never heard a story about that. But I've heard
to you what that means. A
So-
year-round neighbor
I thought I wasn't supposed to get interrupted. but
No, I
that's
don't
fine.
understand what you mean.
So if a resident lives in a home and short-term rents, let's say on their property, their cottage or a garage apartment or
Oh,
whatever
a
that
second
may be,
dwelling. Okay, I'm sorry, I just didn't
or
understand.
they
what you
move
meant.
out of their home or whatever the circumstances, I've never heard a story from a neighbor saying they're a problem. The stories I've all heard, or for the most part, are properties where the people are not engaged, they don't spend time here. And so, once you see something, it's really hard to unsee it. And that's where I'm coming from.
Mary, did you want to add?
Did you want to go, Robin?
Oh, no, you
I
can
think we're
go first,
sticking
Mary.
with the,
Oh. Um, were you,
the primary members.
did you want me to talk?
If you'd like to, we'd love you to.
Oh, sure. My experience is I grew up here, and it was, a lot of times people rented their houses out in the summer and moved off island or moved somewhere else. But, I moved back about almost 5 years ago from Seattle and was looking at houses, and, it's pretty depressing when you're looking at the lowest price is $1 million. And so when I started looking into this, probably when the first articles came to town meeting about how there are commercial companies owning short-term rentals, and that really upsets me because then I started to look into it, and there are short-term rentals in areas where there would normally be year-rounders living in neighborhoods. And my parents live with there was a big open space behind them growing up, and it was sold off by the parents passed away, and the kids wanted to make a lot of money, so they did, and they sold it off. And a couple of those houses are now going to be short-term rentals, 7-bedroom house with a 4-bedroom cottage. And they tried to put pools in, but that was shut down because it's the historic district. But it's really sort of sad to see that there's going to be this huge 7-bedroom house that is going to be used a couple of weeks a year. So that is where I feel like we really are losing our community a bit to the short-term rentals.
Okay. Well, thank you, all of you, for sharing your experiences. Obviously, this group is doing more than anybody's personal experiences, but I think just as you all are working together, it's helpful to know just a little bit about where everybody's coming from. So what I want to do now is break into 3 groups, and here is your task. Knowing that we have not yet gotten data to prove any clear connection between the concerns that have been raised about short-term rentals and their direct relationship to short-term rentals, right? We've raised a bunch of concerns, but we haven't tightly connected in any way short-term rentals to those concerns yet. That data process exploration is happening. But in the meantime, we have started talking about policy mechanisms that might be helpful on some level or on a lot of level. It might depend on what you think, right? We have heard, for example, there's concerns about the fact that there's some legal, or at least in some people's mind, there's legal ambiguity about such that there's lawsuits, right? About the legality of short-term rentals in Nantucket code. That might be something this group thinks you need to fix, data or not, would be helpful to fix, right? People have talked about corporate ownership and houses being purchased that would otherwise be available for year-round rental. Is that something people feel now, hey, that if the data comes back showing that connection, that would be something to address? How might we want to address it, right? we sort of saw at our last meeting some of the ideas people were putting forward about, are there certain neighborhoods, are there certain other sorts of limitations that people think, again, maybe, you may go into your small group, you may say, there's nothing yet I think we should do until we get data. That's fine too. But I think right now what we want to explore are, where do you feel like things are heading that you think might be good ideas for this group to
But didn't we just go
consider?
through and have everybody talk, and really, there wasn't one other than corporate ownership and not having owner control. That was the only negatives that came up in our whole discussion here.
Well, but this was not meant, that discussion was not meant to be a preview
No,
directly.
this was
to
a discussion of
right.
8 people and their experience. But if 8 people and their
But Peter,
experience.
I said what I said, but I have like 5 policy levers I've already identified.
Yeah,
that I think
as I
might be
do,
good.
as I do.
Okay, I don't understand what the word policy lever means.
That's
so-
what Granicus gave us.
Right, like we
Like,
talked
for
about the
instance,
who, what,
I know,
where,
granted,
how,
days a
right,
year,
all of
yeah.
those,
So,
those are
But
the
we all
policy
submitted them,
levers.
didn't we?
Yes, you did.
So
Yeah.
when we go into these groups, do you want us to just, for the purpose of this exercise,
Yeah.
accept the fact that these things are all issues that are being claimed as issues and
Not
work around
necessarily.
that?
I mean,
or-
I think you can say, look, if we can really show that there's the very strong
Yeah.
connection between this and this, here's how I might want to address it,
yep.
right? Or you could say, I'm pretty convinced we're never going to show that, so I don't even want to put that on the table right now. So that's up to you. Knowing though that this is not, this is a brainstorm, it's an exploration, and it is a thing to say, well, there may be some things, no matter what the data shows, that you still think might be a good idea,
Right.
right?
Like,
But the other thing, just on what you said to David, so I hope this isn't going to be a session where, David says, well, look, if it's really like that, yeah, look, I think we should pull these levers.
Yeah.
And I say, yeah, but David, it's never going to be like that. So we shouldn't have those levers. I wouldn't say that, but I'm making myself the bad guy here.
Yeah.
It shouldn't, this isn't a time for him and I to, well, I don't think it's ever going to be like that, but you think it might be. That kind of discussion isn't really productive, is it? I mean, because until we get the data, that's what we're waiting for.
Right. I mean, I think what if that's really the nature of the discussion, because I want you to actually have a discussion, right? And if that's the nature of the discussion, then to come back and say, we really disagreed on whether we think there's a relationship here. But these are some of the things that we thought about that there might be. The other thing to really think about is whether or not you think that short-term rentals are directly causing some of the challenges that have been identified. It may be that there are ways that revenue raised by short-term rentals can help to fix some of these problems or address some of these problems, right? There's conversations. It's not just don't get too fixated on the fee can only go to this, because there's additional possible ways that revenue from short-term rentals can generate benefits for the island.
I guess what I want to be just sure of, though,
Yeah.
let's say we're in a group of 3.
Yeah.
Without the data, I don't think if 2 people feel like, yeah, this is one of the causes of the issue, and the other one doesn't.
Yeah.
This isn't the time to say, well, you know what, 2 out of 3.
No, this
Because-
is not a
No,
2 out of 3
it isn't.
I think
situation.
that there's value in the
Yeah.
discussion,
Yeah.
even if the 2 people
Yeah.
don't agree. There's value
There
in
is,
that
David. I
discussion.
just want to
So
make sure that our output from it,
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
The
doesn't
output from it
only
should
ref-
be the entirety of the conversation. It's not just,
Right,
you're
right,
not
yeah,
voting
yeah.
on what
That's-
your
okay,
small
that's
group
good.
said at the
Yeah,
end.
it's
And
not
I just want
a-
to say, I totally agree with everyone that wants to get data, but the data or the data isn't, sometimes it's not going to prove something.
I
For
agree
instance,
100%.
We're not going to get any data that proves that short-term rentals raise the price of housing on Nantucket. I don't think it probably does. Now, we're not going to get any data that shows that it eliminates year-round housing, although I think it probably does, but that's an intuition that I have, that I don't think it's going to show us that. However, it will show us some things, but I think we know enough through common sense. And I mean, just this morning, to tell you, I was talking to
town official in Palm Springs, California, to find out more about what they're doing there. And she brought up all the same things that we did about, noise,
Every town
overcrowding,
does.
everything.
Every town.
And she said, and guess what? Each side is right. The people who say, I need property rights, they're right. The people who say there's noise, they're right. And the problem is we have to find a balance. And that's what I think we need to do as a group. We need to find a balance. We'll use all the data we can that will help us. Some of it won't help us, but that's what I think.
Yeah, I think we're hung up on this data thing.
Yeah.
And it drives me crazy. I mean, we need to get the data. But you know what? It's not gonna make a fucking difference in what our decision is, the data.
It is. It's a public meeting.
I'm pardon me.
Please watch.
Join the hot mic
It's
club.
not gonna make a difference.
Oh, yes.
And there's really nobody on, so we can see.
It's being recorded.
That's all right. I'll take
Okay.
the.
No, I think you're right,
No.
but there's a logical nexus that can be found.
But
That's right.
we shouldn't
That's right.
hold up what we're thinking because we're waiting for the data.
Yeah.
Because it's waiting for Godot.
That's why I think this is gonna be a
Yeah, I think it's gonna be
a
a-
valuable exercise regardless.
Let's do it.
I'm with you, and to the point where you say the data's not good. Yes, the data is going to matter.
It'll matter.
It will
Not
matter.
with everything,
Just
but with
take
some
the
things.
There's
point
certain
of.
things that the data
Yeah.
may point to, and there's other things it's never gonna answer,
Correct.
right? You're just never gonna have the data.
But most of us, in my lifetime anyway, I've never been in the fortunate position to make a massive decision with all the data. You get as much as you can, and then
Yeah.
common sense
And look,
kicks
I can
in.
tell you because I'm a negotiation professional, right? Data can matter, data doesn't make decisions, right? So the data is never gonna convince people who disagree with you to agree with you.
No, but what it can do is we can look at some of our, for example, what used to be local areas and see, well, have they over the years, have they been, replaced by short-term rentals or not? That's a fact.
It will help us
Yeah,
choose the
that's a
lever.
fact.
Yeah,
right. Yeah,
it'll
that's
help
right.
you
It will
choose
help
the
us
lever.
choose the
Yeah.
lever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so now the tricky part here is making sure we figure out how we are bringing in our remote colleagues. So here are the groups. Karen, Julia, Tom, and Peter Kahn are going to be one group. So one of the three of you who's in the room need to, you have his phone number?
Yes.
Okay, and he has FaceTime?
Yes.
Does anyone have an iPhone of the three I just mentioned? Yeah, Karen, can you be Peter's buddy and call him on FaceTime? And then you guys can have your conversation, okay? And then John, Jim, and Kathy are gonna work together. So Kathy does not have an iPhone, but
So
you can
phone.
just call her in by phone.
Okay.
You have Kathy's,
Kathy, I think you still need to sign that one. unless it's
she did send
sent
it.
to me.
Yeah, she sent it from the beginning, at the beginning. When she said she didn't have an iPhone. And then David, Peter, and Mary.
Mary's not even on there.
Did Mary leave? Okay, so then maybe we'll have,
She's on there.
She's on there.
She's just not in the,
oh, okay.
she's on the.
Okay.
Yeah. But she must have an iPhone.
You have her number?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so give that to her.
Thank you.
All right, and so what I want you to do is see what can you, if anything, agree to? That like, hey, these are things we should really consider seriously, right? We'll see more with the data, we don't know for sure, but these are some levers that might really be valuable for us to consider. And then if there's things that you don't all agree on, but that one or two of you think are important, you can list those as well, right? But try to come with a sort of short list proposal. Ideally of here's what we all three or four think actually might be good things to keep in mind and pursue. And then here's a couple of other things that maybe not all of us agree to, but some of us do, right? And I mean, I want you to feel free to talk about the implications, because some of it is like, is this going to be implementable, right? Like, how are we actually gonna, is the town actually going to be able to enforce this thing, right? Is this really enforceable? And then also like, what side impacts that we might not be considering might this have, right? If we do this, what might happen? What else would we need to know or want to check? So that we don't have unintended negative consequences of any of the ideas that we come up with. Does that sound good? All right, so given that it's 10 to 3, why don't we take till 3:45? 3:45, and then we'll take a break at 3:45 and come back at 4. Okay? Sound good?
Yep.
Find your spots.
Find a car.
So we're gonna put the
Go
Zoom
find someplace, yeah.
on hold. Members of the public who are here, feel free to follow these guys, walk around, but just
You
be
are
quiet.
stuck with the computer.
As long as I stay.
You don't know where,
I feel like I'm in kindergarten. We're much easier.
Thank you.
If you need things to write on, we have sticky notes, we have pens, we have flip chart paper and markers.
And here, there's a guy to talk to, because I was over there. One guy, please do, yeah, talk to him, very nice to me, $95 is all they charge, and they register $1,000. Hi, Kathy, John. Can you hear us? I have no idea, I kind of know. Okay. Yeah, Barnes Willie Garment, 1 hour in Barry, on the boat. Good, you'll take a couple of people, I look, that's why I feel it's a waste of time for me to be here. And remember, the biggest travel agency in it's 1972. I remember that. I used to remember this. Yeah, and we were pretty good. Yeah. In those days, I made a lot of money doing that. I hear you. And I am going to have one. Let's see, I probably.
Let's just.
No,
Jim, you did a fine job.
Yeah.
So Kathy, we're basically talking about the policy levels.
Non-real operations.
And we may all agree on and that's. And then we report back at the end. Agree on this and this and this. Oh, yes. Great. Yeah, so that's good. And so, John's just grabbing his glasses. Oh, that's excellent. And we'll be taking notes, and I actually came to check out this planning. Yeah, I did John made. Yeah, I did. Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's right.
How would we have guessed, Kathy?
I'm here all the time.
I turned it in and then I wrote it down.
Yeah.
No, but I think it's
Cynthia, is it, okay, the only thing I wanted to make sure of is that, we can, three of us go back and forth, but this isn't a home for 2 out of 3 candidates. So, in a summary, if one of the schools to the summary should capture that.
Yes,
Not
absolutely.
just that.
Not the two of us
No.
think it, no, that one of us didn't think it, absolutely, yeah, we just want to.
Is that okay with you, Kathy?
Right, well. Maybe we could give each other 10 minutes. Are you okay with that, Kathy? So, John, do you want to go first?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, John has the floor. We'll just use it roughly, whatever.
So what I'm really doing, Kathy, here is I'm just reading from my submission to and my first mechanism was, I'll just read it. It was a win. So minimum rental period should be 1 week. I've got funds through summer and shoulders.
Why is it taking so long?
This is my phone book, I guess. And that's where, I get a lot of experiences, but the one experience that I did have this year was, all right, can you hear us all right? Didn't even know that people were there. An absolute.
Discussing what
Police service that was followed by another 5-week rental. So for me, this minimum 1 week.
Yeah, so we're talking about regulation. Regulation. What different
And when I was saying, because I don't think it's not okay.
Yeah. So here's the question. Do you think that
You can.
But know that
Protect
we're
certain
gonna
areas of the island. These 3 weeks to have 2 days rent. So that was that.
well, I'm talking like what the neighborhood will look
I
like.
also
Like
think
local
that short-term rental periods should be capped
through
at
any
6 weeks a year.
regulation that.
And again, that should be sufficient to help those people cover their own.
Yeah, I was
Not-
what I was saying is very, very general.
You know, that's a fine line for somebody to,
They talk about the commonwealth and give you
Some level, but I mean, I think,
make their own way.
for me, I think it's important that he,
With the
self-rental
right?
the general area that we're in, are you coming over to see us?
State law, and then that gives them their own way, based on their own communities.
Are you coming over to be in person? Or are you just
Keep an eye on the
so that was sort of my win.
very general.
Oh, it is, wish them a happy birthday.
Member Baker said.
So where I was going with, I agree with you, and I think that there's got to be some way that we can protect these areas, yet allow people that live in them.
How
can we say?
Because again, this will help. More.
You have to, you have writing a system, in my opinion, that at least the only way you can rent a house on your permitted
Minimum of 3.
similar, analog to the
bigger
sales,
or.
you secure your own.
And we're saying basic.
Yeah.
Would you think someone could
I mean, that was 2019.
Well, they were doing it.
The registry.
Well, that's what they're registering. Anyway, yes.
Yeah, because ours is different.
See, because everybody. Okay, well, that's.
Okay,
Go ahead, Kathy.
So I guess for me, the more important question is what is it about, other than the disdain we all have for how it sounds, what is it about the corporate property that you think, why they shouldn't be allowed to own?
Well, that's, and what Jimmy suggested, we all have 10 minutes.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna let you keep talking, I'm sorry, my
Because
bad.
I'm nearly done, Kathy, or we can stop and,
No, that was my fault, let's go on with John.
and then the last one was about where on it. What I wrote was, we need to define STR caps by neighborhood. Critical that we stop the loss of affordable housing to short-term rental investment. And this is one but do you think, Mary, without the data, if they didn't buy that house, that it would solve, we need to know where and so forth, where they, the loss. But if really what we're finding is that what more local areas are being bought up, not necessarily by commercial people that are buying those and then renting the house.
So Jim describes it really well.
And that leads me to, okay, so those areas though. Most of the house, most of the owners' houses outside.
Yeah,
So that was my.
Oh, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
What about a person who owns 3 rental houses and one of them is their own? Well, they call it. Okay, but it's an LLC, it's for service. You're just talking strictly, corporation, like, okay. Gotcha.
So if I told you the preliminary data on that is 58 properties by, like 15 people, what would you say? Like, that's about what it is, right? Would you doubt that? No, I agree. I guess the question is how do you regulate that out legally? And how easy is it to game the system? I just think it's gonna be a hard one to ferret out. I'm not against it. I just don't, it doesn't present a clear lever to pull. Yep.
Still need to be registered in the state.
True.
That means it's all of the people like.
But then we're also closing out all these young families that want to get in.
What if the word says that,
I just think that that's the
could not
consequences.
start, that's
We're making it harder to achieve for some
So
of
you rent for 3
borderline
days,
families,
and then
what you were when you first came, and now you're part of the collaborative community and someone else. Listen, I don't have a problem where you're going, I'm just worried about.
So in any 7 days period.
That kind of.
Because I think if it's that. I mean, this neighborhoods.
Primary use of property.
Oh, yeah.
No,
It
I
doesn't seem like
I
that's
agree.
the way.
Harry, if I truly believe it's gonna help the affordable housing in this island, I would be behind it. I don't think it'll help them iota. Those people have all that money, they have to wait 5 years, so I'll rent them out for a year. Yeah, but I see. At the end of 5 years, they'll be on short term. And meanwhile, respectfully, I think if we all try to, sort of defer something because of our
I need, for me, I just need to understand why, what we're trying to regulate away, and if we're trying to regulate away
it is a reality.
corporations, and these corporations are gonna find different ways to hold their property, right?
Kathy,
They'll
one
do an
other thing
LLC.
on the loop, I
So,
totally understand what you're saying. We did rent
so I-
generally by the week.
For me, I understand the 5-year moratorium on
People
rental
have to
to
leave
buy a
Saturday
house.
morning by
That for me, that for me is.
Is that an option?
But I'm not against it. I just don't have in my mind a way to regulate out. Because in the end, everyone should be responsible for the property they rent, right? And that's like we talked earlier. If people were responsible for the properties they rented, that would take away a lot of the nuisance issues, right? And how do we do that? And I think that can be done through fines and warnings and inevitably.
Well, that's one for me,
You know,
easy.
problematic.
But
I think that the
I could
corporation,
go down and
corporate
show-
issues is gonna be way more.
And I probably do.
I think that's a good idea.
Mary,
But,
in
you
your
know,
mind,
if
like,
it's in the
how
middle
do
of
you
the summer,
see, how do you see the kind of marriage
But show
between
seasons down.
zoning,
You know, I'm not going in the. middle.
how we deal with these in zoning, and how we deal with them in
Minimum.
bylaws? As far as-
Minimums don't make as much sense in shoulder season because people come for 2 or 3 days for a wedding and that's all they're there for. I totally agree with that.
So,
Because it's a tough one, I guess.
That doesn't mean that there's no ability to do
Yeah.
You weren't supposed to do it here.
You don't, but do you see any consequences with that?
But also, by definition, style is.
So if you, let's say grandma left you a house in Nantucket, it's not insulated, and so you won't be able to rent it anymore. It does, yeah, it says only, the only way you can rent is if you live in a house for 6 months or more.
Well, I'm just trying to understand.
yeah, but for me, the reason it's in here is because if in fact, if this is for me, is the one where.
No. Oh, it does
We
say
all
something
need
like that, but that's not very practical when you own a different house on the island somewhere else. Like if my grandmother, your grandmother left it, it just, it doesn't, it leaves out a lot of, it leaves out a lot of locals for one, and for two, I just think financially.
No, I'm not talking about, the pesky outcome my neighbor.
Yeah, for instance, in Palm Springs, I'm sorry, and just to add a little thought, in Palm Springs, California, every neighborhood.
Oh, I'm not arguing that with you.
Mary,
And it's above that.
Mary, you're looking at the full.
Something like that, that's what I'm.
I don't know how to define neighborhoods.
Well.
So you're talking about it's a Portland Highway.
Okay, I think the person who heard it, this is the data we're gonna get. So you can also look at zoning district.
Yeah,
that's not.
Again, it's like.
Let me ask,
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
let me put this aside. If the land bank gave us 200 acres.
You're using it.
That's right.
Not just what I'm saying is that they are having.
That means
They
they
raise
raise
it.
it to use something that's $500 house. It's not rented for regardless of what
And I
it
think
is.
if we have to get those.
Well, we're happy to have that service, but I think, sometimes what we're thinking is.
Oh, the 6 weeks, I'm sorry, that's right.
Yeah, but what I'm
Rather than like
sit there is like, for me, the Jim used the.
They have to
Me,
they have.
So I think in our view, land bank has as much to do with the housing crisis.
No question. No question. Every time-
And I'm not anti-land bank at all, I just think that they kind of outgrow.
Okay.
Stories.
Me,
So,
I get it. But the there's a difference between renting it out for a number of weeks to do that.
But do you think those houses would be
And
empty?
renting the damn thing out for 14 months. Because that isn't just.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if we built the bedrooms, that they're gonna get used one way or another. And I think the magic of what we're doing now is we are gonna create a way where that use works for us better.
Does that sound okay,
Right,
Kathy?
because it's clearly not working for us as well.
But then the seasons.
Not just nuisance regulation, basically. Yeah.
Right.
I'm not anti-regulation, I just really want to make sure that it's smart.
But I can tell you some of the residents have,
It has metrics that we can really success on, and then we have reasons to regulate. The reason I
most of
asked
the time
about,
weren't rented.
So if we were to say measures.
that is
Yeah.
part of the puzzle, right, that we need to figure out.
Beautiful, okay, I think that's
In my
good.
opinion,
Kathy, did you have anything
my
else
opinion,
before I?
grandfather actions is not enough. Because
So I just, I
what
want to
it
bring up.
will do is it will create
that I feel are
a situation where your neighbor's property is more valuable than yours because it has a grandfather.
But and the worst thing
Unless there's
is,
some sort of a.
so here,
If your house is established
I'm
today,
concerned, okay, what if there's someone,
you get, and
I
you're
don't know,
allowed
let's
to
think about
take,
my situation, we have two
okay,
houses.
and then we
We're on
say,
separate lots.
okay, spring tomorrow. if you build a
Let's
new
think
one,
about, yeah, let's say there's
It
someone.
depends on, you know, it depends on the policy level. So in other words, you cannot
I would think.
through zoning regulate short-term rentals.
I'd like them to be.
Every short-term rental that exists now will be
Say, for instance, let's say.
So that
John-
means that
let's
we all
say-
have
Hold that one.
John.
It's not true if you regulate them to a bylaw. It has to be. So that's where, for me, and that's part of the reason why I think that, well, they all have to connect together, right? There has to be common.
Right. And then if we said into my situation, okay, so two houses next to it, well, we could combine property, or we could be crazy.
Of course. Yeah, but, all right, FaceTime us back.
All right, I do know a number of neighbors. I don't wanna see that big issue. Now, having said that, we're gonna have a grandfather. So, that would be on my two. That's got to be some type of fault. We need to grandfather whatever. I just think that's common sense. What, I don't know what else. Right. Exactly. Right.
That's how we're doing it.
We grandfathered them, we had to.
But like grandfathering them in, I would say that I'm okay with that as long as.
So what would you guys say?
Okay, I agree with that.
And they just overlap.
Now, that could be a problem. That's something that needs to be looked at. In general, I agree with that.
In some sense,
That's part of it. And then one other thing. No, I think the rest of them. I do think grandfather is probably solved.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe, I was just saying like where we're a must have because changing the color.
But that's how, right. Right, yes. So, and I don't, like, I don't agree. Yeah, so, I mean, for me, it's
Well,
like,
yeah, that's the unintended.
That's some sort of thing.
It is.
We have,
It is,
but
but-
we have to do it. We have to. So. Have this bond taste, regulate, will. So Francis is an able.
Right.
Anybody can call that right.
But that's not really people that come in and bolster themselves. You know, that has generally you know, when I think about my own situation,
So I think.
yes, you know, my family were here for summer. And, you know, according to my copy, just as much as any of you were, you know, but the thing was, you know, so I don't think it is that, but you know, I'll go back. This is one where without the data, it's very fun. No, I agree. All of a sudden.
Now, please speak good data, but I don't have for 25.
Okay, sorry.
So, Kathy, would you be okay if I present my numbers now? Okay, here's a copy. Okay, so, start at the top. No business entities are paid out.
And I was like, wait.
Here's the definition.
Like,
It's in our short period.
only sometimes.
Now, here's one that Chris.
You're right.
I don't know, this is. Seems to be a lot of.
Article 39 has a different definition.
Only allows 12 contracts per year. We'll talk.
No,
about it.
yeah, you don't.
Probably some debate on that, but I'll go on. Now, my next one is only one estimate. Which I guess is not the different. However, I'm saying except. Your grandfather in existing multiple ownerships. Someone owns a number of STRs, but this grandfather will only be allowed by your residence. Now, that's fair. The reason for that is to allow people to have the island. However, I'm not sure that's not that. The next one is a cap.
No, I
Number of STR residents. And this cap, this number will be determined as a number of permits from the town as of October of 20. It says 2022. As of October 2023. After that, new permits will be issued in the STRs. Now, in support of that, I'm not sure we need it, as it says, we can follow it anyway, as it is, seasonal rents, that's fine, but it would allow us to, future growth. Then, something you just said, licenses or permits. So, I am concerned about places. How could they sell? There might be a few exceptions like that. But not as far as home. Yeah. Yeah, generally. And then finally, I have down no residency requirement or distinction between year-round versus seasonal residents, except for the grandfather. You know, there's, I don't think seasonal residents.
No, that's what the sidewalk is.
Red more both rules of equity, but also just, it would be impossible to enforce in any way. And it needs to be enforced. I think that's the problem. No distinctions.
You know, we talk about. I will do that all day long. You know, we do have some data. Some of it is anecdotal, other it is some individuals, no. And there are, it seems to me, there are different. Someone who's busted. Not right. Well, maybe. I mean, you could do diabetes or whatever, that's their policy. But I mean, you should live in more general sense.
Now, just to explain that a little more carefully, I said, well, I see that you have one of the towns here in Ramona. What about the people that used to own more than a said, well, that's all. Your grandfather goes on. I'm surprised how many of those have disappeared since 2017. So it's mostly on people. I do think we have to get great care to the whatever they want to call it, that they run with their STRs. That's just.
Can I just jump in now all of a sudden? You don't have any. Exactly. I mean, there's an island of old people.
I totally agree with that.
But as they sell them,
So what if like 5,000
then the market starts.
Right, and in Palm Springs, they say also, if someone owns seven STRs and they decide only to do 4 1 year, it's just 4 from then on. That's fair.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, we don't wait. Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be a, I don't know how long it's gonna last,
My doctor too.
Right.
And he's.
It's not. It's not expensive.
So I won't get it.
Oh, yeah.
I just reseated myself on a whole bunch of them. I repeated myself.
Right.
Peter. Yes. I mean, I believe it has an impact, but what
Banking conservation.
all I would suggest, is that, we need to get some traction. Right, the thing, this is the 80-20 rule, and it's probably the 90-10. That we really focus. And then closer to 10. It's been easy for every department.
Peter, right, so we kind of general.
So the way the law was written, right, is something like that. We allow your affordable housing, what about clean water? And I'm not being racist, but I think it's also, the big issue also is a trend.
I just jotted down the
I hope it's very agile.
Way to.
If they said,
I was saying, SDRs would have
and that's why we
every
never
neighborhood.
in the budget for affordable housing, not
Edging
zero, whatever.
where are we gonna be? 2, 5,
We're losing you, Kathy.
How are we gonna use, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm not saying that I agree or disagree or whatever, we probably will do that, but I think that Matt is touching on something that is a large part of the sentiment out there around this discussion. And I kind of just want to use that as a placeholder. I'm not trying to jump off into a specific policy.
But what do you do? I have no idea. And you know what I said, it's in my backyard, that's why I want it, but no, that's what the Japanese nowadays do, that's one of those well, he's moving a sewer. Can we push that down as one of those, that way we don't necessarily agree? Yeah, but that's the problem, but is that his right, is that sewer water?
Okay, and, I was hoping I could get specific feedback from you, on the only 12 contracts. What do you think of that? That is a suggestion by our person. No. Seems to make sense to me.
Even worse than that, right?
I'm gonna ask.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Jack.
So the only on
And what she said was, her rationale was, well, that would discourage very short rentals, but allow people to stay there as well. And it's the issue that maybe a bunch of short ones, like 3 days, 30 of those might be worse than 2 weekends in terms of air, in terms of noise and all sorts of things. I don't know if they data, but it seems to make sense to me.
I'm pretty happy. Yeah, what strikes me is the example I gave you across the road. So 12 contracts. So if you get 2 fibers.
You got them back.
Okay,
so,
okay, you know what?
So I guess
I'm
so.
going to withdraw that suggestion.
So when it comes to
Because that's both of
policy leverage, right? But I think everybody, I share, we will never know. I think that we need to really focus on regulating through bylaws.
And I have, may I read you the exact language of Palm Springs? I provided. Oh, by the way, let me read it to you.
So, but, okay, but if we grandfather, so we would have
It says,
another market of houses that
a vacation rental that
are going to sell more for houses that
shall
are
not
not.
be issued to a business entity other than a limited
Well, we have to do
liability.
something about the lawsuits.
Okay, and then here's how they define business. Business entity is a corporation, partnership, or other legal entity that is not a business person and is not a personal entity or liability consisting solely of natural persons. In other words, an LLC that refers to natural people is allowed.
It seems to be that one way, so it's
And there's more to
we
the
could try
definition.
something
That's the
and
gist of it.
see their effects.
Good, and I just wanted to tell you, I'm calling her up
So there
today.
were some ways to put.
If it's through a bylaw, it doesn't go with the house. If it's through zoning,
I said, how do you enforce this? Corporation buys it, and then says, oh, actually, the owner is Joe
So,
Blow.
you know, every solution.
And she said, it's not that hard to
What are
enforce.
the ways
because
to
we
get?
Well, that would be
saying
what our
corporation
existing population is now.
LLC.
So if we have 20.
And
What are the reasons
that would be
for it?
Maximum.
And it's very clear if there are corporate owners as opposed to not.
My hope would be get this thing on board.
Yeah,
Yeah, so, and that's basically.
All right, let me ask you one
yes,
question.
we do.
Kathy, what about these, you think about people going to do.
Yes, sorry, Kathy, please do.
And if those, you know, his customers in the summertime, the majority of them are some people, right?
I would say I've got a lot of folks, like summer residents and short-term.
Okay, so if we put short-term rentals, like 20 bucks per step.
What do you mean by a sunset clause?
On every.
Every business. Yeah. Because you're not gonna spend more money because there's less summer people here.
If day trippers come anyway, they're coming now. And hotel rooms are here now.
And I don't, and
Like in a year or
I think-
something, I get it.
When you said 900 the other night, I think it's less, but whatever, it doesn't matter, 900 still, like 900 can't support us. Yeah, 900 can't support us. Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with capping it. I'm a fan of capping. I think it's all about like, enough is enough is enough, right? And I think that we cap and then it's a sunset deal, like you sell your house, there goes your.
I'm not sure I really understand
Or,
that.
or if you want to lose your permit, there it goes, see you later. And I think that that's reasonable. I just, for me, I'm just really nervous about, and you are as well, about the remaining local. Like, how do we disincentivize your STRs from moving into those?
Oh, that's hard. That's very hard. So in other words, what we would do is create temporary zoning, whatever article, whatever it's called, that STRs are allowed. But since we're going to be looking at this longer term, that run out, that provision will run out in the same November. Is that basically?
That article. So that's what I'm saying, is like, maybe not focusing on the first.
Yeah.
Because of meaning versus what you article, is that kind of qualify?
I mean, I think that's the important part.
I would
use,
totally
I
understand where you're
think,
coming
right?
from, but I would suggest.
And I think 6 months is a high bar, but I think an owner that's present and accounted for makes.
No, I mean the new ones we come up with. So, in other words,
and Gray Avenue,
2023.
exactly the neighborhood I'm talking
I want to bring
about. And I think the whole farm area,
that's going on, I want to make sure we're
careful.
For instance,
Because
this
when
is
that
not
goes,
an STR, and if we say,
I think that,
that
you know,
that everyone can do an
so
STR.
in my house,
So it's an example,
as an
you know,
example
just,
of kind of how it worked, I think, because it's really the past 5 or 6 years that we've lost all those, like,
and I
local,
was on
like,
the-
so I lived on Meadowview, I sold my house for $825,000.
Posted, and neither did I contribute any.
Right, little dated ranch, needed a lot of work, in what used to be a very, very low.
My point.
We decided to leave because it was no longer. I think the Harvey and Adams are probably the only ones left. Winters with them.
That is what.
But a lot of, not necessarily short-term rentals, but just kind of neighborhood changes. And so we sold it actually to a local guy.
But I'm
Renovated
right,
it.
it's not, I
Lived
don't
it for a very wealthy, for a very healthy property.
not
But-
to, when this book.
But I think the important thing is there is, he put it on the market to sell. Like, it wasn't, I'm gonna sell this to someone for short-term rentals. I'm gonna sell it. And so I think that's
Well, I'm not
where
sure
we
this should be in zoning law.
is more speculation than flipping for short-term rentals. And there's no way we can protect ourselves.
Okay, so maybe, but.
So I think that we
I
need
just
to
realized something.
bake
about,
into this some
residential
way
rates for this
to
is-
protect
And then
those
those places
neighborhoods,
on there,
as well as
small
protecting
folks that
those
are
same
there.
locals that live in those
We
neighborhoods
agree.
like you.
And strictly to, right, say.
And so,
They probably.
how protecting them?
So.
I think the best way to solve
That's
this is
zoning
neighborhood
sensitive.
associations. In all honesty, so let neighborhood associations decide whether they go.
Yeah, that, you wanna do that, that's fine.
As
That's fair.
with around.
Yeah.
In other words, you're not giving us a longer line cycle than anything else.
There is a Surfside Association.
And I'd be behind that, I think that's.
Multi-center.
Yeah, I don't even, I live in the Badlands and I'm not a member. So, and we would, you and I think, are on either ends, right, of this, that association.
Mary, we have 500 houses, on members, 35 people.
Yeah, so, yeah, I think, for me, I really feel strongly that we need to protect our rural housing
part
stock
of the state,
that we
the
have.
state legislation is this three percent community.
I would like to do that.
I think that's
through-
an absolute no-brainer.
I'm not sure.
For housing,
Through
wastewater,
percentages of
infrastructure,
zoning districts.
the legislative body.
This is for another day. Yeah.
Is the old historic district.
Yeah,
The biggest
big
district.
number.
That is down to the biggest, 25%.
And they're most historic and small spots.
And that's why they're the biggest problem.
And, I consider myself.
Oh, I ride my bike through there all the time.
I didn't know that.
So that, it would be an additional 3% that Nantucket through its legislative body would add on and would just be on short-term rentals. It's part of the.
Kathy, do you have anything else you wanted to mention, or should we sort of review and see what we want to present?
Hold on, can I just add any definitions?
Is that the one that's being built right now?
Is that David Mom?
I vote Jim as spokesperson, Kathy. You second
It was in the Wall Street Journal?
No, that's over off the cliff.
So jumping in for 1 second, we have about 10 more minutes in small groups, if you can try and identify some proposals or components to bring forward.
3%.
Kathy, Stacy just told us.
It's the only one that's being built right now,
That's
right,
right.
over there?
All we've
So,
done.
go down the list of different things that.
Yeah.
Start with John here.
Okay.
It's a subset.
More your opinion.
I think I can read this, we're gonna see, so. And I'm gonna read John's based on, discussion. So John's first was a cap of 6 weeks a year during the summer season. And
Oh,
either
is it not that,
minimum during the summer season or.
with all that property, where they cut down those trees?
Yeah, you got me convinced, Kathy.
On the
Oh.
right hand
Is that okay,
side.
Kathy? Okay,
Yeah.
we'll present that.
So that 3% is.
The second one was one that I wasn't sure I agreed with, but
When
however,
I,
it was just
when
to be
I
presented.
last saw the
Which
legislation.
was
Well, that's a whole other
to
issue.
live in property.
There's an issue.
3
What
months
if we
a
say
year,
you can't, first of all, you can't rent more than 6 months
2021.
with it.
Well, what's the thing, two first bedroom property? It is the rule, right? And that should be part, but that's gonna be part of the registration process, right? Identifying how many bedrooms are in a house and limiting the amount of people that can be. And I think that's wise regulation.
So it's really, I know, and you would, but you would probably ask for 100, and you would ask for this much. But that one I couldn't.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. Okay, so she's giving us the list. So for you, policy levers are, a rental moratorium when you purchase, right? That's something you're interested in? Did I get that right? So like a 5-year moratorium after purchase. Yeah, but I mean, it's just whether we agree, it's about putting them out there.
So what's our,
Well,
we're going for 3 here.
And then we'll go to another one too there. Cap, a cap, how many? Yeah, cap on total number, right? Did we get you? Got you there? Yeah. Okay. I think that's what we want to do. Okay,
So should I say we discuss this, but we will agree on it? Okay.
I would like to see it codified in zoning. I would like to see it regulated. And I would like.
So if
Peter, I'll send you something. I will send you.
Also.
It's a list of all this.
Is it better?
It's a list of all this.
Right.
Now,
This is what.
for the now seasonal and SRA. The one is okay.
Okay, so then.
Yeah, okay. And so I'll bring that up.
If we did, it would say there's 2,100 permits.
To define as
Yeah, but they will have.
by name.
So if all existing people would be fine, as the house is sold, they would fall off.
I don't know how we.
Until we got under 2,100, and there might be a waiting list to bring it back up to that number. That's how, basically, I would say.
So that's an exploratory thing at the Oaks
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, so as houses sold, they would fall off, and then.
The same as now, Mary.
Yeah, but no, well, no, we give them a sunset. So in other words, you can continue to rent until you sell your house. Right, and then. Yeah, and so, and then when that gets whittled down, because we would not issue any more permits, if we have to know that, so let's just say 2,100. And then if we wake up one morning and we're at 2,000, then we have 100 permits to do, right? And I'm not saying those numbers are solid.
Yeah, that's what I thought a lot of.
And so I also think we need to protect local. I'm not sure what level we we need to protect locals' rights to rent and protect their neighborhood from having being, invaded by more bureaucratic.
So, okay, I'm gonna take that out. I'm gonna take it out. And then, the next one is licenses or permits to not transfer to sale. The only time that would be changed. And then finally, no residence requirement or restriction.
Hey.
Except maybe.
What's your name? God, look at that thing. Beautiful big tree. The best kind.
Yes, I know.
All right, so, what do you think?
Okay, I'm gonna take out the exception for you.
You don't want to do it.
I'm just gonna say, only one STR per person. Except for existing home. They got the period, that's it. No decision. I have to say, there's an open mind. I came to this with, distinction in some way. It's no longer. Anyway, and that's fine. Yeah, and then finally, we all want to grow. Yeah, I totally understand.
We can put,
And then finally, some sort of sense of zoning law added STRs everywhere until our regulations are.
I'm not really telling
but yeah, we have to make it work. It's like the suicide process. Double down on the I feel in some senses the same way about and yeah, I hate the traffic as well, but when I look at the traffic, it just makes me think that, wow, we're successful.
All right, 2 minutes, finish up and then take a break and we'll come back together at 4 to share ideas.
It's one concern.
If you're talking about thousands.
Yeah.
If we have 90,000 people in summertime, we cut it to 80,000 people.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have any other effect.
I'm gonna bring up.
Yeah, I
that,
think the traffic is a
even the 6
weird.
weeks per year in the summer. I totally
We could get rid of small sorts of monkeys.
Bring it up, bring it up and say, we discuss the value. And then, but what I will do is, so we definitely wholeheartedly and no business entities. Absolutely. And also, somehow.
Right? If we took those trucks off the road, there'd be no traffic. If we, because a large portion of it is work trucks. Yeah, they're work trucks.
Right. Right.
They probably, in the winter, they probably use two, right?
It's all the time.
When I'm thinking of the future, I'm seeing, I'm seeing businesses saying, now, next 10 years will be 500. This is ridiculous.
So, yeah, so the traffic, I think the traffic is another discussion. I don't necessarily buy the infrastructure discussion, because again, I don't think that was just a. Those houses won't be empty. So it is a strain if we don't police the bedroom counts, right? Yeah, no, I think that any regulation you have to worry about, like if we said, okay, only monthly rentals, we're gonna create a black market business for subdivisions.
And that's why I think they're ready to be careful of
what people are gonna do in the system. And that's part of the problem with building cap that everybody wants. If we whisper building cap, we'll get 5 years worth of building permits in the cluster But there would be a rush to get permits, and we're gonna have more permits in the future than we did have in 5 years. It happened with pools.
That would open up housing.
That's true.
All right. Jim's looking agitated. I think he wants to go and put his notes.
It's how interconnected and how direct.
Thank you,
How big of an
Cassie.
impact the regulations will have on that.
We hear you. We hear you. You gotta figure out ways to do both. Focus as well as manage time so that we economic.
Because I can tell you what.
Afterwards, she's like,
short-term rentals at that point were rocketing up.
years later, he became a sailor.
Yeah.
All right, so just encouraging you to take a break. We're gonna come back at 4.
Thanks, I think that was good, Mary. Thank
See
you.
you on the big screen.
Yep.
We solved everything.
Yeah.
Excellent.
One other thing. Look at. So, oh, she did, okay. Yeah, more than because, you know, it's gotta be public meeting, it's a 6-week notice, like all these things, but the thing is. So he won't be in our rules. But he'll see. But he will see the next meeting. We at planning won't see a bylaw. But we'll see. So, and then everyone has to go out there, whatever, 6 weeks notice, public hearing, all that, so, and that's 3 points of that 5 years, so I would imagine. Yeah, no.
Next week's past, Jim.
I'm just going.
What's that?
So, yeah, but I think.
You were way too loud.
What can I do with mine? Oh, that might be mine. Backpack up there.
Oh, it's rolling, but nobody's done it yet. Yeah, but in order to rent, you have to, so hopefully, but. You know, well, yes.
January.
As of January.
So anyone who wants to.
Yeah.
Starting January.
Okay, now just to dodge the microphones and the cables.
So if you're charging $500, then there's a certain number. And then okay, water. And then so it's on the $500 that you're charging.
Yes. So, yes.
Their house in ownership. Call it owner has multiple or more. And if they are not, it's home or home.
Mr. Manish, why did you send out an announcement for tomorrow for a meeting? An invite for tomorrow for a meeting?
That was just a lot of things.
Okay, you have to cancel that.
Yeah, because
Screw us up.
it's very confusing to, because on my calendar, they go straight in.
Yeah.
It's really nice to look on the island. There's a lot of settings that there.
Yeah. For me, you'd be better off doing them one at a time.
Yeah, for me too.
Yeah, for other people though, it's hard.
Well, maybe take a poll, because he's one who says he'd rather have one at a time. Because I actually lost the meeting, because
Well, I lost that one last week.
yeah, it was only Dave Icey that told me that. Yeah, first done.
All right.
Got the notes, James?
Yeah, I'm gonna start with the no business entities.
So we've already given it an article number.
Don't worry, we're gonna be against anything you say anyway.
That's it. Now we're gonna have face-offs between the groups.
Yeah.
In all honesty. We're talking about 6 weeks. 6 weeks.
No.
Did we have a crowd or not? 6 weeks ago.
No. More
Yes,
like
6 weeks ago.
14.
Yeah, for rent, for STRs, it was 12 to 14. And then there's.
Doesn't affect the rest of the town. Doesn't affect the rest of, no, you're wrong. Doesn't affect the rest of the town.
Well, it affects neighbors if there's problems.
Well, anything's gonna affect the neighborhood if there's a problem. If I have a neighbor next door who's having a divorce and they're fighting and yelling and screaming,
That's a
gonna affect the
problem.
neighbor, yeah. You
Well,
can't,
tell them to limit it to 6 weeks.
you can't eliminate, noise totally. What you can do is say 10 o'clock, it stops. That's the law. And enforce it.
There's also the tenor of the neighborhood.
Well, then you say, is it right to have different rules for different neighborhoods?
Oh, no,
Wait,
So what? So have no rules for no neighborhood?
No,
Is that what you're
I'm
saying?
saying-
Peter?
No, I'm not saying have different rules for different neighborhoods, I'm saying.
No, I don't mean that. I
the tenor of
mean-
the neighborhood needs to be, whatever it is.
By zoning, in other words, okay, if you live in an area that has, you live in Monomoy, okay, where you have acre zoning, should you have different regulations about short-term rentals than somebody who lives in town that has an eighth acre?
Yeah, I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay.
But some people do, but what I do think is that, for instance, if corporations started buying up, and there aren't that many now, but let's say 10 years from now, Southern realizes it's not 50, it's 500, the homes have gone to corporations or short-term rentals, that will affect neighborhoods, that will affect the tenor of neighborhoods, and that's what I'm concerned about.
I don't know what that means. There's only, right now, there's so few.
Supposedly 50, I heard.
Yeah, 50 acres.
But if it is.
But I don't
If
think,
it becomes a profit-making thing, so what I'm saying is, even if they're just renting for, I would say 12 weeks a year, but it will change the neighborhood all year, because you want, like even, we have in our town, on our street, we have people who are here just in the summer, but they're still part of the neighborhood even in the winter. We talk to them, we share news about family, we care about them. That's different than if,
that's not real life. I mean, I lived in a tiny town in New Jersey of 2,000 people.
Oh, what town was it?
Essex Falls. And in my tiny little town, we lived 35 years. Okay, I still didn't know everybody who lived on my street.
Right.
I mean,
That depends.
and that's a tiny town. And we have a tiny little school. You know,
We were talking with friends last night, and some streets, people do know about their neighbors, and some they don't, because our friends live, not that far away, but they didn't really know people on their street, and we do know them. We used to have a backstreet bash every so often, and it was.
Where do you live?
Back street in town, it's between Orange and Pleasant, Joe's.
Oh, so you're in
Barber
town,
Shop.
okay. So you're,
Joe's
like
Barber
Joe's,
Shop.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, we're in town, and we, there's a neighborhood feel, but.
So you're on that road before Joe's, or?
No, it's right where Joe's is.
Across the street?
Yeah, well, we live on.
What's the name of the road? It's called Back Street?
Back Street. We live down 3 houses on the other side.
Okay, I know exactly where it is now.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so.
Well, you guys are pretty close there.
We're close,
Yeah.
we're close, yeah, there's a lot of.
See, that's
SDRs.
that's very different. Where I live in Palm Nevers, we have 1.5 acre to 5 acre zoning.
That's very different.
So I'm not gonna know what's going on, down the street. And I don't care.
You don't care, yeah,
So,
that's really nice.
Yeah, but I don't wanna have the same regulation as somebody,
I get it.
Yeah,
You don't wanna have to worry about those regulations.
Yeah, I don't need it. It's why, I don't wanna,
Well, John will back you up on this, because he thinks that NARAB is coming up with neighborhood analysis or something like that.
I don't know if you can vote by neighborhood. It'd be nice if you could,
That was the point of.
but I don't think you can.
That was the point of.
But that's interesting, I wanna learn about that, because it doesn't make sense to me exactly.
I don't know, listen, none of this is easy.
We're gonna talk through it.
It's not easy.
I think it just looks different.
Libby's chair.
I think it's chair.
She deserves a chair.
She does deserve a chair, that's not an easy job.
Until she took our lunch money away.
Well, yes, but it was actually dinner money technically.
It is a select board thinking about it.
John, technically it was dinner money, let's get straight.
Okay, so let's get going.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, no, there was one that wanted an iPad, and then mom put it again. Give me that. And just wrote it all down in neat handwriting. I'm like,
So Stacy, I guess there'd be no point at all in asking anybody if they'd rather just keep on going till 7 and forgo dinner.
you don't want to eat with us?
Yes, I'm just saying, do you want to figure out an option?
He must have a better offer.
I met his lady the other day. I think he does have a better offer. I still have some of that whipped cream vodka too, John.
We could work at dinner, actually.
Well, that's what you really mean. That's the word I come from.
Why don't we go to dinner a little later and then just leave from dinner?
Are we going to dinner
We
somewhere?
can't meet through dinner because. it's-
all right,
for this.
sorry,
Sorry about that.
We would have had to
Uber
notice
Eats.
that the meeting was moving to the airport
Right, I got you.
restaurant.
Several days in advance, right?
Yeah. 48 hours.
The iron chains of democracy.
Yeah.
That's it. My bag up there.
We didn't write open meeting law, just to be clear. Because it's drawbacks.
It,
Wow. Think about what we just accomplished in a power.
It's good, yeah, good discussion.
And how
No, that
we
was
would
good,
take
yeah,
care
no,
of
that
this.
was-
Well, that was
Yeah.
why I wanted to
Yeah.
bring us together.
So if we had the data,
This whole
here we-
remote
would
meeting
you
thing was
guys-
very-
Yeah, we've got to keep them apart.
Yeah, I don't think these
Yeah,
guys
we're
need to be
friends.
separated.
All right, I think
We're back on.
we're back
Thumbs up.
live. Yes, good. Okay, welcome back. We're just gonna give Julia a moment to return from the restroom or break or wherever. And then we'll, maybe we should start with a different group. Well, no, I want to make sure she's here. Give her a minute. I don't let that close-up camera angle off me.
I don't, I like this. I don't
Yeah.
yeah, I like it because I can see the back of my head when there's no hair, you know?
Probably looks a lot like the back of mine.
Matter of fact, exactly.
We look like twins up there.
That's so funny.
Do you have in-person planning board meetings?
Huh?
Do you have in-person planning board?
We're starting our finance committee in persons next week.
Are you?
And they'll all be in person.
Staff.
They'll be hybrid, but
Our staff
but if you
has
don't
issues
show
with
up,
it.
you're out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I feel like
We
when
need
we were in
another,
person, we never had so much public participation
Yeah.
as we do with.
that is
Yeah.
true.
So why can't you just do hybrid?
Well, I mean.
It takes
that means
It's a lot of
an
work.
extra staff.
As you can see,
Yeah.
it takes a lot of work.
You cannot negotiate over Zoom.
I am,
Yeah.
I am on the hybrid meeting work group for my town,
Oh, God.
trying to
Trying
help
to
come
decide
up
whether
with.
they should.
And
do
we're
it.
doing a pilot, and we're trying to get, committees of different sizes to try out different meeting technologies. The town got a bunch of neat boards in this room and owls in that room, and they've got the, CCTV in that room.
Too much
and-
technology.
I don't like watching hybrids.
Well, I will say in our last state meeting, so the regional planning agencies
Yep.
together once about that, the legislative update, they said they're working towards changing open meeting law to require hybrid. But there's financial implications of that, which is why
Right.
we need to have big time to work on their budgets and
Yeah.
whatnot, so it's a little more complicated. But I think that's the direction.
I would rather, for me at least, I would rather, if it's a hybrid meeting, I'd rather come and be in person. I just don't, yeah.
Well, then they have to be clear about does that require that you give equal everything to, and then that's hard, right?
And somebody will say, if I had been there, they might have done this differently.
Right, and if you're remote, sometimes if you could chat and the people in the audience can't chat, or
Yeah.
whatever, right? It's like, what?
What do we think quick question?
When you recognize people as we.
You didn't start yet.
We're about to start, Kathy. We're just chatting.
I wanted to chat.
Oh,
Chat.
share your thoughts.
She feels left
As a
out.
hybrid member here, Kathy, what do you think?
Yeah, well, it's tough being hybrid. I wish I could be there. And so I think I'm concerned a little bit, and I think I sent you an email beforehand about the actual ability to do our business via Zoom officially ends in March, and we're really not sure if it'll be extended or what the rules will be for extension. So I think that's something we ought to be watching.
Well, I think it's.
I think it'll be extended.
Yeah, that's kind of a.
It'll be
fait
extended.
accompli.
There's almost no question.
Yeah.
Okay, just haven't heard that. I know that the advisory committee is very concerned about that because.
Yeah,
everybody
they should
remote.
be. It's very hard.
Yeah.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. I hope your conversations were fruitful and interesting. I want to just invite, so this is what I was thinking we would do. We would first just hear from each of the three groups. Here's what we agreed on. Here's some other measures we didn't all agree on, but some of us really liked, right? And Samanish is going to help us get these up on a flip chart. And then I want to just talk through together, reactions to the proposals you heard, where we see sort of common ground, where people might want to talk about the pros and cons of different approaches, et cetera. Okay. But I want to just first make sure we just let each group say their thing, and then I'll allow like clarifying questions only, right? It's like, what did you mean by this? But not, wait, what about that? Not challenging
So
questions.
we can ask clarifying questions now.
To each other once, like, let's say your group presents, and then after you present, people say, wait, but what did you mean by this?
Okay, you don't have to wait till everybody's done that.
Exactly.
Okay, that's what.
So as each group goes, after you share your thing, there can be clarifying questions, but not challenging questions. Then we'll go to the next group. We'll get all three out, and then we'll discuss. Sound good? Okay, who wants to share first?
I'll go first.
All right.
It was Dave, myself, and Mary. And we had very different points of view, but I think there's some things that we agree on. And let me just try to go through some of the things we got here. Number one is the rental registration permit situation that we have now. We just want it to make sure that it's enforced. You know, we know that it's hard not to enforce it because, as Dave was saying, no realtor is going to be allowed to rent without having a registered house. But that doesn't stop me from running an ad in my town paper back home that I have a house on Nantucket for rent, and somebody could be wanting to rent that from me. And that could become larger as time goes on. So it's got to be enforced. We have a conflict on whether it should be a zoning rule or a bylaw rule on whatever we decide going forward. And I really nothing to discuss there, is there, Dave? Because do you want to talk about zoning against bylaw?
Well, I think we talk about it later on.
Okay, well, yeah, we do. Yeah. Okay, we talked about a rental moratorium. In other words, if you build a house or buy a house, you can't rent it until you've gone through a certain period of time. In this case, it was 5 years, you know, but I think whatever that time period might be, would have to be determined.
Right, I think Jeff called the anti-fipping.
Maybe, yeah. And we didn't all agree on that, but it was something that we agreed to.
Flipping is really selling though, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
flipping
Well,
is selling
maybe in
that building,
his,
but yeah.
in his.
That's one example.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we talked about a cap on total rentals. So we think that, you know, for argument's sake, the cap would be the 2,200 that we have now. That would be the cap. If somebody sells a house, they lose that right to rent that house going forward. And look at you, I mean.
No. So we talked about capping it actually at a lower number, right? But then people can continue to rent and come get to that number through attrition.
Oh, no, I made the number up.
Oh, okay, yeah. But
I'm just saying whatever our existing number is what we cap it at, because you can't say to somebody that they can't rent their house.
Yeah,
You
we
can
would,
rent
we
your
would
house.
cap it below that, but we would let people.
Oh, I'm sorry, let them phase out.
Yeah, let them
I'm sorry.
phase out.
I'm sorry,
through
yes.
attrition.
Yes.
And so that was.
So
a
maybe the
viable
number would be
idea we thought about.
1,900 instead of 2,200, and then we'd get to that number.
So like a date X, you cap.
Yes.
If you haven't registered by June 1st.
Yes.
Well, no, it'd only take us a year or two to get to
Right.
that number because we
Right.
sell so many houses every year.
Yeah.
You know,
It
so
wouldn't take long.
they would come out.
Yeah.
We'd like to have some sort of way to protect neighborhoods, and we don't know what that would be, because there is definitely different needs for different neighborhoods. And to have a blanket policy that is the same for where I live, where I have a big piece of property, and for somebody in town who has a small piece of property is wrong. We need to have some way to you know, I'll switch my property for one of those in-town properties, but you know, seriously, we need to have some sort of way to delineate the difference between.
And did you have a
size
sense of what you would want to see in the in-town properties versus would you allow more rental out and less in, or?
Less restriction out.
Less
or
restriction
less-
out.
Yeah.
And
in
a
the
lot of
bigger-
this was surrounding targeting more local style neighborhoods. So
Yeah.
in other words, figuring out how to protect them yet preserving their rights to rent at the same time.
Okay, we'd like to codify whatever the decisions that are made. And you're looking at me, you know more about this stuff. Why don't you help
I
with
don't know,
codification?
nothing. I just enjoy looking at you, Peter.
Thank you. And we also talked about an impact fee. We think that there's a lot of money out there on these rentals. A lot of people are making, you know, to say that you had to pay another $1,000 a month in taxes or percent, whatever percent that would be. in taxes to the town, which would go directly to local housing, that to me would be a great thing. And I think we need to come up with some sort of penalty. We're calling it a penalty to the renter, but not a penalty to the town.
Well, if you remember, the short-term rental tax was gonna destroy the short-term rental business.
Yeah. Great. There's plenty of money, otherwise they wouldn't be you're not buying $7 million houses and renting them, like you're making a lot of money on them.
Do you need like an impact fee,
I think
as
that,
in a planning impact fee?
I think that the short-term rental, I think the short-term rental law carved out an impact fee, didn't it?
The community impact fee tax. is
Yes,
what you-
yes.
It's a tax, yes.
Yes.
But the tax would only be applied to the people that are doing the rental.
The tax only applies to owners who have 2 or more rentals.
Is that all that it applies to?
The tax now?
Professionally managed, the community impact fee.
Really? Is that all it lets you do? Okay, well, we'll keep it in there till done.
It was 330 properties 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, 330 times 1,000 is 330,000. I think that's it, right, David?
It's a third of a house here.
Third? It's taxes.
Okay, so was that what you guys, that was all of
I
them?
think that, Mary, do you think that
Mary,
fairly
anything missing?
represents?
No, that was what we talked about.
Great. Any other clarifying questions for them, for their ideas?
Yeah, I have one. Dave, Peter, Mary, did you talk at all about your provision or your suggestion on the cap on total rentals? What, in anything in your discussions, how that would affect the market?
Which
I'm just
market?
curious to know where that came. I'm not judging it. I just want to know where that came from.
The rental market or the housing market?
Both.
We didn't really discuss, I don't think, consequences on that.
It's a good point. Does that make the rentals go up?
Yeah.
We're adding a tax and we're also limiting the amount of rentals, so the price of rentals is gonna go up.
If in a perfect world, but I think that if we're in the ballpark of the right number, I don't think it'll make the rent go up that high. I don't think that people will jack it.
All I know is that.
We're not talking about limiting year-round rentals.
No.
We're talking
No,
about
no,
no. Short-term rentals.
So year-round rentals.
No, it won't impact,
It might
and I
help
don't think it won't.
Year-round rentals.
I don't think it will impact the price, other than the additional, if there was a fee, an additional fee, I'm sure would be tacked on to the rental, to help
Except-
cover that
yeah.
expense.
Now, the definition of a short-term rental is less than 30 days.
31 and under.
So people are just gonna start renting for 31 days and bypass everything.
Well, that's the problem, and then there'll be a black market, but we'll get off track.
Mary?
Just that when we were talking about that, it was for the short-term rentals, not year-round rentals or
Right,
not
right,
winter
yeah,
rentals.
right.
Yeah.
Which I,
Short-term, definitely, Mary.
Yeah.
We need an economist. I mean, none of us have the intelligence, I think, to calculate that.
Yeah, and I think to say, just to get to, right, like, some of what we're doing is trying to get, we may not have exactly the right legal mechanism figured out at this stage.
Well,
It's really trying to
100%,
figure
yeah.
out, right, the direction you want to go, and then we get later to the, okay, what are the legal means for doing this?
When you're thinking about a cap, what happens to, let's say, do you have a different set of rules for like the year-rounder who's trying to buy a home, for example? Like.
So
because-
I think that's part of that discussion of protecting the year-rounders' right to rent, whether it's through a cap or whether we're capping certain zoning districts. I think that an important part of this is to ensure that locals retain a right to rent.
Great, so we got the principle in there too.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Very, very good ideas. Who's next?
I'll go, and you fill in. Can you fill in too? So we fought the whole time, and then we only came up with 3 things. No, I'm kidding. We talked. I think we kind of came up with 3 principles. Your guys' group was very specific, but I think they could be, well, some of them are specific, but I think we could drill down on this a little bit. So the first one we came up with was strictly limiting strictly commercial use in residential zoning on Nantucket. Limited. Am I saying this right?
I think so.
Limiting it.
Karen?
Yeah.
Or is
Yeah,
it- is it
limiting.
Limiting or eliminating? I'm not sure the way we.
Yeah, I left our first word out there.
Exclusively or strictly.
Can you define what you're saying?
If a house is only used as a short-term rental,
Yep.
that would not be allowed,
Really?
or no one lives there.
Yeah.
ever.
Yeah, so strictly, any STR used for strictly commercial use in residential zoning is what we were thinking about.
So why is that any different than what Act now has on the table?
Peter, if we want to have a discussion about the articles, it is different, actually. We can have a separate agenda and a separate meeting.
I'm impressed that you were able to.
Well, so Peter, relax. So what's different is this is, it's not a ratio of use primary, it's not that, right? This is, no one ever lives there, it's corporate or it's only used as a business. That's what they're putting forward. So to the extent that's the same or different from the articles, we're putting that aside.
But we're not talking about owned by like Copley. We're talking about
It
if
would-
if I
it would
bought the
affect,
house
it
next to
sounds
me,
like.
if I bought the house next to me and I live in my house and I wanted to rent the house next to me all the time, I wouldn't be allowed to do that. That's what you're telling me.
According to this.
This is a broad,
According to
Yeah,
this
these are principle, like
Yeah.
we
Broad
talked the whole time in the last like 5 minutes, we got to our, okay,
Right.
what is our few things?
Okay.
Can I have a point of clarification though? So if it's, a property with, two homes on it, if you live in the primary residence,
Yeah, that's not what we're talking
No.
about. What we're saying, you can think about it as a property level, right? It's not dwellings on a property.
Separate property.
The whole
Separate
property.
Yeah, it's not, if the property is only used as a short-term rental, and it's in a residential area,
What's the definition of a residential area?
zoning.
but rentals aren't really even, I mean, the use of commercial as a name is.
Property is only used
Okay,
as a
then say,
short-term
yeah,
rental.
but don't say it's a commercial
yeah,
use.
because that's what.
Because it
Yeah,
doesn't fit in the zoning.
We're just jotting.
Okay,
Okay.
so that's the idea. You don't have to like it, but that's what they're
Yeah,
putting
no.
out there.
Yeah.
Second one was the 3% community impact fee that was sort of discussed, that's allowed under the state, the municipality through our legislative body to add that on. And the third one was very general, which was, and we talked about this word, but making sure that the regulations that came out of 39 through the Board of Health are implementable.
And that they have the tools to implement. It's basically what you guys said.
Yeah, enforceable.
Enforceable. And I kind of had a question for you on that, and maybe now for you on that as well, which is, do you have a sense of something this group would put forward that would make those regulations more implementable or more enforceable than, like, do we need new bylaw to do that?
I mean, I think our discussion was a little bit more along, like Karen, you had some concern that like the program may not be as advanced as it should be at this point. Do they not have the tools necessarily? Like,
I guess you
Right.
have to
Is
be
there enough,
specific
is
about.
more money
Well,
needed to hire more people? Okay.
What we were
Yeah.
talking about is that as of November 1st, we were supposed to be starting to register, but
Yeah.
there's no application available to do so.
It's supposed to be online.
I
And-
haven't
and-
found
yeah,
it.
no, and that could be it,
So-
but I think it's January 1. You can,
Well, it
you're
was
supposed
something
to
like
start November, but
1st. and
yeah,
then
I'll
it's
look into
in
that. I'm not,
place.
because there's a
Yeah.
lot of a lot of crazy stuff flying around. Someone's like, dude, you have to give your tax return to register. I'm like, where did you find that? Like-
So let's put that issue aside, but it's
Yeah.
more the question now is, the group might want to think about if there are things as 39 is, given our timeline, right?
Yeah.
As 39 is being implemented, and there seem to be things that are making it harder, either generating more revenue for it.
Mhm.
So maybe you need to change the registration cost to make it higher. Maybe this group wants to do something like that. Maybe you need, right? You guys sort of figure out what it might be, but as a principle,
We're limited to what we can charge
If-
based on what it costs. or blah, blah.
Right, but if
So,
if that's
more,
what it
yeah,
costs
then
to
it
do
raises
it,
more, yeah.
because
More
it's not
sense.
being
Yeah,
enforced,
yeah,
that's a
yeah.
clear
Yeah.
tie,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's all.
What is
Okay,
the
I
three-
just want to make sure I understood what you meant by.
What is the 3% going to be used for?
That's the impact fee. So, yeah.
What's it going to be used for?
At a minimum, it has, by state law, it has to be used, at least 25% of it has to go to affordable housing projects or infrastructure projects. But obviously,
Water, right? Is it
that's a
infrastructure?
different one, that's the
That's-
Cape Cod
that-
Water
That's the other one,
Protection.
yeah. That's the
Which is
Okay.
another 3%.
So,
Which is
but
like
we can
2.75,
say that 100% of it can go to affordable housing.
Exactly, I believe you
Yeah,
could.
that would be the way.
That would be-
Any other questions for this group? Anything we missed, Peter? Oh, we have some questions up there, but Peter, anything we missed? They missed? Okay, Mary.
And I probably am gonna say, I don't know if this is what Kathy wanted, because we emailed and I emailed with Roberto. So as your Board of Health person, he said that Granicus is running behind and the registration program doesn't start until January 1st. So after that, Granicus will be connecting each one of them will be contacting everyone individually with a link and the process on how to register. So they will be using the whole year of 2023 to register STRs. No enforcement will be done unless there is an egregious violation, of the regulation. So nothing will be done nothing will be ready until January 1st.
That's really helpful to know, and it'd be great if it could maybe even be put on the website somehow, because I'm guessing we're not the only ones that are like searching everywhere to try
I
to.
think
figure out where it
in
is.
all the meetings I've been, it's been on that it doesn't start until January 1st. He even said, I don't know where this November date came from because everything says January 1st.
Okay,
So I
Kathy?
don't know.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the question comes because the regulation actually says November 1st. It doesn't say a year. So there was some confusion, and I think that it's very nice. Great that you clarified it. And there's just one other question I think that people are asking, and that's about the insurance liability requirements in that regulation, which are different than what the state requires. And so people are confused about that. So the sooner the town can answer questions about those things, people can get their paperwork lined up and be in compliance earlier.
Okay, thanks. All right, moving on to our third group.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll start with a couple things we agreed on, and then a few things that we talked about and largely agreed on or disagreed on. Our first thing we agreed on is no business entities would be allowed to rent STRs. And we went off the Palm Springs definition. Business entity means a corporation, partnership, or other legal entity that is not a natural person and also not an LLC that goes to a natural person. As background, when I called Palm Springs today, I talked to one of their enforcement officers, and I said, well, look, how do you make that work? What if a corporation buys up something that says, oh no, this person's actually owning it? And she said, this is not hard at all. We just look at their incorporation agreement or their LLC and their operating plan, and so we can enforce this. I don't know if we have enough here to enforce it, but it's one thing the three of us agreed on, which is that even if there's a small number of business entities owning STRs now, we're worried that if the word gets out that it's profitable, that it would really increase over the next 10 years and would definitely affect every neighborhood in different ways and probably not ways that we like. So that's one thing we agreed on. We also agreed that we should immediately try to help put in a zoning bylaw with a sunset clause to protect the right of STRs at this point, sort of like 42, but with a sunset clause that would immediately end once whatever we come up with is approved and goes into effect. For instance, if the sunset law went through December 31st of 2023, and if we, through our good work, come to an agreement on what we want and we get it voted through at a town meeting in the fall of 2023, that our regulations that the town has approved, the town's regulations, would go into effect on January 1st, 2024, and that sunset zoning would end. That's probably a controversial proposal about the zoning, but we felt it would protect people from lawsuits, and the three of us agreed on that. Now, on some things that we discussed and maybe agreed on, only one STR per person or owner, except for grandfathering in of existing multiple ownerships, grandfathering in what already, there's families that own 3 or 4 places. We feel we have to be respectful of business plans that people have, allow those to continue. And at one point, I sort of thought, okay, maybe you should allow that more for year-rounders than for seasonal residents. But I've really, through the work in our group, I've really come to see there's less difference between year-rounders and seasonal residents. And I just think we need to have no distinction there. We talked about a possible cap on STR permits. We didn't quite agree on it, but it's something that we think maybe could work. And again, through attrition could bring things down. It could also be done by neighborhood. We talked about that. Palm Springs, as a matter of fact, allows only 20% STRs for each neighborhood that they have defined. I wasn't convinced that we can define neighborhoods on Nantucket, but I know John feels that that's being done. So
How do they pick the 20%?
they have a neighborhood that has 100 houses, only 20 houses can have STRs. If there's more already, they allow it. Attrition brings it down. No new ones approved until it gets below 20%. There's some neighborhoods that might have 12% people can apply in those neighborhoods.
Gotcha. It's like
Yeah, and so that's interesting. We said, as the first group said, licenses or permits do not transfer the sale of property. And basically we said no residency requirement or distinction between year-round versus seasonal. Now, here are some more that we discussed that I thought had a lot of merit, but we discussed and some of them I disagreed with. One of them was on the when issue. We discussed a minimum rental period of 1 week, and then we sort of tweaked it. I think the 3 of us tweaked it to, well, not necessarily the rental has to be a week, but every rental has to be a week apart. So if someone wants to rent for 3 days, they can, but for 3 days, but then they'd have to have 4 days off. So we discussed that. We also discussed a possible cap of only 6 weeks of STR rental per summer, which would cut down the number of summer rentals. We didn't all agree on that. I didn't necessarily agree on that myself, but I thought it was a very interesting idea. And then there wouldn't be a cap for the rest of the year when people, when STRs normally don't bother people during winter rentals, for instance, as opposed to the crowded summer. So that cap is an interesting question that we had. And then I think I already mentioned the possible caps by neighborhood. So we had that down, and I believe, John, you were saying that NARAB is doing some sort of.
Yeah, so NARAB have, so the zoning districts, but NARAB have a map that is divided differently to that. And they already use it, I've seen it. So in the discussions I had with them, we can kind of they've got they will have everything by location. So we with them can define neighborhoods however we want to. If we want to take like the Hooper Farm Road and that area and make it, we can look at it that
For
way.
what purpose?
To see whether there has been a lot.
Caps.
Oh, you're looking for history.
Yeah, regulation.
That's
Yeah, I mean,
interesting.
so basically an overlay district is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And then there's another idea that we sort of agreed not to put forward, but I want to put this forward. It wasn't mine, but I think this is such an interesting point and such an important point. The question was, should there be some sort of proof of the home being lived in for X amount of time? And we had a recommendation for at least a 3-month period that the home is lived in before it can be rented out as an STR. I think that I can see a lot of validity in that, or that there was a 6-month rental, whatever, long-term rental for 6 months. I can see the validity of that. My question was, well, I guess grandfathering would take care of this, but I know a number of year-round residents who own a main house and they own another little house somewhere else and they rent it out. They can't, they would have to go live in that house, that little house, if they were going to. Yeah, and or if it's their own house, they have to leave their house. Where are they going to live? In the woods here behind the police station? So I have trouble with that as a year-rounder. However, I understand the validity of wanting to prove that this house is not just, quote, a commercial entity. For me, the first thing we mentioned, which is the, natural people own it, takes care of that issue. I think
Yeah,
that's
and
a
I think
cleaner
that's
way.
where we, in the end, we got, because that was
We discussed
we're
that.
referring to the things I was asking for. But if that first piece about commercial and so on is really defined well, no differences between off island and year round, then the need for the cap becomes less important.
That's important.
But I think we need to look at both pieces of that and see, and that may be true of other things as well.
And I just want to say that
Put
even
more
my
together.
concern about having to live in a house for 3 months or whatever, that would be obviated also by grandfathering. If there's a family that owned this house, they have this little rental cottage somewhere else, grandfathering would allow them to keep doing it, but when they sell it, it would not be allowed to be, it could go with that new regulation. So I do see tremendous value in even if we go with general bylaws and not zoning, I see tremendous value in grandfathering. I just think that's crucial to protect people and their current business plans. So I think we have to do that.
Can you grandfather with bylaws?
So
You can, yes. The lawyer
you
says
can grant,
can.
you can through bylaws, but yeah, you don't want to do it through zoning because I guess, you could have a sunset clause, right?
I
But
thought they said
you're
something
not
about
gonna-
a zoning automatically.
Zoning
includes-
automatically by grandfather.
But the problem is you can't get rid of that grandfather.
Yeah.
You can't, like,
I see.
unless.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
It
that's
goes
what
with
we
the
were
property.
talking
So
about
it goes
that,
with the
we have to be
property until the
careful.
use
Right.
is abandoned for
Yeah.
2 years.
We don't want that.
Yeah, the use has to be there.
The use has to be abandoned for 2
Okay.
years, so we create a parallel market.
Yeah, so I think we want to use general bylaws and allow grandfathering now, but not in the future is what my solution would be. A little bit I don't know as much.
So grandfathering as of X date, whatever that.
Yeah.
Like a
as of-
sunset clause.
As of whenever it starts,
Yeah.
yeah. And as I mentioned, my thinking has changed. When I first came into this group, I really thought, although I thought there weren't huge differences, I thought there should be differences between how year-rounders can rent and how seasonal people can, but I no longer believe that. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that in as, we're all trying to learn and figure out stuff.
Okay, so before we jump in, Kathy, anything you want to add?
No, I had put my hand up, but it was just the zoning question. My understanding was the grandfathering is automatically in place in zoning as long as you don't say otherwise. Did I hear that correctly from John DeGiorgio? And then in a general bylaw, there is no such thing.
Right.
No, you
There is no such thing.
can do it,
You can add it
You can
in,
do it.
yeah,
which I
Okay.
think we should do.
but it's not automatic.
And it gives us more control over it that way.
Right. So did you have a question?
Come on, Julia.
It's all the legal, I don't know that we're actually saying the same thing when we're saying
Okay.
you can add it in. We're using general bylaws to talk about grandfathering. There's no grandfathering in general bylaws, is my
No,
understanding.
you can.
But you can
grandfather.
write it in.
John
the
Georgia
general
said you can
bylaw.
write it
It's
in.
not automatic, but you can, in your bylaw, you can say we are grandfathering.
Yeah.
That's what he had
Right.
said.
With a sunset
Oh.
law, like you.
But-
do,
Or like
right?
It's not
attrition.
permanent.
It's not
Right,
permanent.
That's
It's
what they
not,
want.
it's not like it's not your legal right if it's,
exactly.
Right.
If
Could be
it's done
taken
through
away from you
zoning.
Next year.
huh?
Could be taken away from you next
If
year.
it's through bylaws, yeah.
Right.
And that's the magic of the bylaw.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
That's why I said,
That's their goal.
I thought I was just hearing you
Okay.
saying different things, that's all. I
Okay.
wasn't- I didn't
I'm just
have a
saying my
question.
little
But we
understanding.
clarified it, right?
Yeah, okay, and then I wanted to add one more sort of special exception where we were all concerned about places like Wade cottages, where, now if someone owns, 4 multiple properties and they die and pass them on, okay, so they lose that right, but I'm worried about places like Wade cottages or other places.
Corpus's cottages.
That,
like, there's a whole
that they
bunch of
live by
Isn't that,
short-term rentals.
wouldn't that be a business like a hotel if it was sold?
Well, are they I don't know how they're
They're
listed,
not,
I want to
they're
protect
not,
them.
they
you
can't,
know?
no, they need to be protected. I mean, that's a.
And they'll
that's a-
lose their value if they can't keep doing short-term rentals. That's so different from a house, is what I'm saying.
It's a different, it's like a pre-existing business that's, I don't, but that's protecting, because a lot of those people are locals, the corporations live there.
We need to
That's their-
protect those
Yeah,
businesses
I
and those
agree.
people. I don't know how, but I just think, go to the lawyers and.
Well, I think that goes back to protecting the locals' rights
Yeah.
to rent. inside the caps or the moratorium or whatever
Yeah.
we do.
I mean, we had a sort of a general point about that, you know, there are, everything we talk about, and we use this as an example, there are some things, no matter how good you feel we want something, there's going to be an exception over here and an exception over there.
That's right.
But we, you know, what we talked about is we need to keep our eye on the main game, though, and make sure all of these things, in the end, you know, there's protection for them, but not to keep getting sidetracked too much on, you know,
No, and if there's,
fixed cottages somewhere.
I think if there's I don't want to say a lot of exceptions, but I think there's an escape valve there, kind of maybe through a special permit, through the planning board or through zoning that could help with those
Something.
exceptions. But it has to be a very unique.
Because if we
don't
try to
wanna
write
offer
all of
that up to
those
everyone.
into-
Like,
No,
it has to be
exactly.
a
But-
pretty unique
But
situation.
John makes a good point, because
Yeah.
if you're writing something with those exceptions in mind, then you will lose the essence of where
Absolutely.
you're going.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
We
get
gotta
it,
say
yeah.
the main
cannot
idea.
let ourselves get
Yeah.
drawn into that. You know, we'll never
I
get
totally
done.
agree, John.
But we do need, I think we do need to program an escape hatch for some, if there's some, you know, like the Wade cottages or something like that, if we don't see it coming,
Right.
and then we've just financially destroyed a whole family, that there's a way to rectify
And
that.
they'll come out as we go down this path.
Yeah,
right?
I think they
They'll-
will, hopefully.
Rather than try and figure them all out.
No, they'll
You know.
come out, yeah.
Kathy?
Yes. I just as examples, like the Sconset cottages, I don't know if a lot of those are owned by, who are they owned by? I don't think it should matter who they're owned by. If the residents or that particular dwelling is only suitable to be rented out in the summertime, I think that should be allowed in some way. So we should just put in the back of our heads, we need to not destroy that little village.
Do we need to look at implications? You know, we put a stop, we lower the amount of rental house homes, okay, 1,500. We're taking.
STRs.
STRs.
Short-term
Yeah, STRs. We're taking the value of those houses down by 25%. Okay, how do we replace that tax money?
What? Say that again, why are we
Short-term rental
taking?
tax, is that what you mean?
No, I'm talking about
Why
value
are
of the
we-
house.
why
in
are
terms
we-
of the, when
You're not
taking
being
down.
assessed on, so the way the tax money works is the pie is the pie is the pie, and it gets split between different homeowners.
Right.
It doesn't change if all of a
Tot-
sudden,
Oh, no, but
total
somebody
doesn't
else's house,
change.
okay, I'm saying it wrong. Somebody
Right.
else's is gonna go up while somebody else's goes down.
But who,
Right.
why?
Yeah.
Because they're renting?
Because if you can't rent, your house is worth, and actually it was from you that we heard this, right? That it's
so
worth
we had
20%
looked
less?
at Kauai,
Yeah,
which had grandfathered a long time
Yeah.
ago, and they'd seen very little attrition. So they had a pretty healthy, like, inventory of these STRs that let's say you had a short-term rental next to a same 3-bedroom home next to the one that did not have the non-conforming use
Right.
certificate. And the realtors there would say consistently 25%, higher cost for the one with the
That's why we don't
non-conforming
want to
use.
grandfather.
but if you can't transfer the license,
Right.
If it's
But
in
But
zoning,
you sell it if you don't get to keep the thing, then it doesn't.
if it's in
Is that what you're
zoning,
saying?
it travels with the property
And you
until
can't
you
change that.
abandon the
Right,
use.
right.
But if
But you
it's
know
in
what?
general
If it's general
bylaws as
bylaws,
a
That's
permit,
right,
Right.
yep.
it's
I don't
not
think
that,
we would
right?
have a 20 or 25% reduction here. There's, as we've all talked about, the price of homes is high here for many reasons. The wealth in America, the great disparity of wealth, the beauty of Nantucket, the desire to be here in the summer, the desire to be here in the shoulder seasons. All those things contribute to the really high, awfully high value of homes here.
No grandfather won't have that.
You won't have what?
That different
Disparity.
in disparity in values of the property.
But I just don't think there will be that big. a
He's saying there
disparity.
isn't one. He
I don't think there's that big a
there would be
disparity.
one.
I mean,
there would be.
Our little bungalow next door, we're not currently doing STRs with it. And, I just think that someone who buys it may not, as we've heard, a lot of these homes are not being bought up by people that want to do STRs. They're being bought up by people who are quite wealthy and want to spend the summer there themselves. Now, maybe it's 20% in one place, but I think it would be more like 5% here. So I just don't
Yeah.
think it would be.
Well, just to add to that, on one of the discussions I had with NARA people, I mean, they don't have the data yet, or at least they're not sharing it yet, but they've already seen over the last year, the properties that were sold that were historically people buying them and then renting them, like many of us. It's not that anymore. A lot of people bought them, and this is where they work remotely in Boston or wherever, and they're here and they're where else. They're not renting them the way they used to be.
Man, then we don't need to have this meeting. Let's go.
I don't know, did you read the Wall Street Journal article?
Yeah, I did. That was scary.
$20 million?
And
Yeah,
that's
but
what
is
that's
that, what is that
exactly,
taken away from
but
what?
that's exactly what I want to
I
talk
don't think the
about.
neighbors are very
That's
happy.
that's why we need to not be worried about the wealthy people buying homes, although that's happening, but about the commercial entities, the corporations buying.
No, there wasn't. This was an individual
Because if
who's
they
gonna
find
rent
they
it.
can make that much money when they spend $20 million, then maybe in 10 years we will have 500 of those instead of 50, and that's what I'm really
You're
worried
spending
about.
$20 million to make $400,000 in a year.
No, but they're
Is
not,
that
because,
math
and I don't know if
working?
you
I know,
want to
I
talk
wondered
about
that
this.
too.
But the
Well,
financial incentives go way beyond, right?
Yeah, no,
they're
well, because you
depreciating the
can
property.
depreciate
That's
and then
right.
the upside
Right.
when you sell
And you
it.
can literally deduct
Yeah.
all of the expenses to your,
Yeah.
Yeah.
income, to your W-2.
If I was getting paid for this, I would know more too.
Well,
Stop it, Peter.
Yeah.
Just stop it, come on.
Peter,
Come on,
Peter, take a
Peter.
but this,
Hey.
this is important because it's really important, because I think that's what we need to try to limit. It's just what you talked about, that example of the Wall Street Journal article. That's what changes neighborhoods. That's what, I mean, if we help come up with reasonable regulations for STRs, we may not increase the stock a huge amount of year-round housing. I hope we will increase it some. I don't think we're going to decrease the price of housing. But one thing we can do is preserve neighborhoods being owned by real people who get to know each other and care about each other. That's different from $20 million from a corporation. They may be perfectly good corporations, but they don't care.
It was an individual.
But this was
About
an
the neighbors.
individual.
It's not-
not
it
even a
wasn't a
corporation.
And this was, I know.
Yeah, so,
but still.
and I get it, I get the fabric of a neighborhood and that important discussion, but I think a $20 million property is like the next level of insanity.
But I don't think it really, I don't think it, the only point it made from my perspective, the
Yeah.
only point it brought home was that the whole island was a target. Not, I thought that the homes at a certain price were like off limits because the incentives were just not necessarily
You know,
there.
there's people on Yield Point renting for $90,000 a week
Right.
and getting it.
And that's exactly,
But those are privately owned homes.
I'm not necessarily saying that
Yeah.
those are
And they've
problems,
owned, and
but
they've
those
owned
are the
them forever.
numbers.
They're just taking advantage of their
So,
free $180,000.
Right.
Kathy,
Yeah.
you were trying to get in here?
So just throwing this out there, I guess I also read somewhere about the economic analysis that's been done about people trying to buy properties and do exactly what we're all sitting here saying, oh, that's terrible, $20 million property and you can write it all off and so forth. But since the investment, the money that you make is so seasonal on this island, places like Vail, places like Hawaii, those are 365-day seasons. So that is a way better investment than Nantucket is for short-term rentals, because you're not going, you can buy the property and make it a tax write-off and never use it and never go there. But as far as investing to be a short-term rental, it's a lot less attractive because the starting price is a lot higher. And I think that, so I'm just throwing that out there as another thing to consider. I don't know the data on it, but it is a little different than some other places.
10 weeks instead of 52.
So I want to turn to now what we heard from the proposals. And I know it's a little hard to read here, but like, did you hear anything that you think everybody sort of seemed on board with? Like, were there any ideas that were sort of universal?
Everybody seems to be on board with the notion that we should not have commercial STRs on this island. How we define that, Jim had one definition, I'm sure Julie's got one, but like there's a deafening agreement that this.
There's a big difference between what Jim.
Let me finish. So if that's the case, I really wish we would spend some time to work that one through. And yes, if there's some differences on the definition, well, let's figure that. Because here's something that could still make it, sorry, to the May town meeting. Yeah. No, I won't cut it out. I won't cut it out.
This was never planned on being.
Excuse me, I'm talking.
Leave that question aside.
Yeah.
We're just gonna talk about ideas, we're not gonna
Yeah,
talk about
but
timeline.
It's a big one that we all agree on, and so we should get moved along.
Okay, so we're not gonna, we're just coming up with ideas and trying to figure out where there's commonalities. We're not committing, we're not moving something forward right now, right? What we're doing is trying to figure out where is there common ground, where is there energy that everybody sort of thinks, and as we said, what this means, we need to put a little finer point on so we can dig in deeper and we can sort of see. And maybe people like it more as part of a package than they like it on its own, right? And ultimately, I am really gonna try and get us to get a package, because I think a package is like, I don't love everything in this package, but I like enough of it that I'm ready to vote for it, right? And that's what we're trying to find, is something that's gonna get enough support, even though you might not all love every single piece of it. And the voters at town meeting might not love every single piece of it, right? So that's what we want to explore. So let's hold this one for a second. I know we need to define it further, but let me just go to the next. Is there another thing? Yeah.
Two of the groups mentioned the community impact fee. What does the other group think? Or did you even, I don't know if you
We
have.
didn't discuss it, but I think we're in favor of it.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Absolutely. We probably should have thought of it, but I think that's an excellent idea.
Does someone who knows about, Julia, I think you know sort of the
Tom knows,
legality of it.
yeah, knows a lot about it too.
Do you guys just want to describe it a little bit for everyone?
I think Dave knows a lot about it too. Like, so the town's got three options in terms of taxing short-term rentals, right? But they're all kind of different. One is something we've already implemented, which is the expansion of the lodging tax. We're taxing as high as we can, is my understanding right now. I think we're at like 12.8 maybe, and state takes 6%, or 11.8.
11.8, that's
right.
11.8. Okay, so then the 3% community impact fee is a flat fee. I believe we have to charge 3%, I think. I don't think we can go lower, but that might be a question.
It's 3. Yeah.
And it only gets applied to a subset of short-term rentals. And that subset is what the state defines as professionally managed. And their definition is if it's an owner who has at least two in the same municipality, and one of those is not their home. So it's like they have at least two that are.
So it's basically what a lot of you guys are considering commercial.
Right.
I mean,
Oh.
it's one
And
definition.
is 3%, 3%? It can't go more, can't go less.
That's what I remember of it,
Okay.
but we need to seek.
But we're
Can't
cutting
go
our
over
Because
nose,
we could just tax them out of existence.
but aren't we cutting our nose to spite our face there? We're saying the first thing to limit them, and then second
Well, but
thing is the money's gonna come from.
This could be an individual who owns.
Well, yeah, so I think there's some.
No.
Yeah.
Depends on how we
Yes, it's
define
not
number
an
one.
individual.
That can be an individual who wants to.
Absolutely.
This is an individual
The
who
state
owns.
definition is like, yeah, an
Two or more.
individual who owns 3 or 4 or
So-
whatever.
And is that properties or units? or
Properties, I
property-
believe, but that's a
properties?
good question.
I mean, I think
That's
that's
a
a
good
good
Mhm.
place to start. I mean, I think there can be some tweaking to make it work for us, to protect locals and to protect people we want to protect and.
Well, just to say, because one of the other, I think your group, you guys both mentioned this, but your group mentioned actually limiting to 1 STR per,
Right.
right?
Except for
Then you wouldn't
grandfather.
get this,
Yeah.
but that's because you would only have 1 per person. Can I just sort of get to a bigger theme that I think is that and this, and maybe some others, is sort of like, what we want are STRs, we've heard this before, right? Of people who are embedded in and love Nantucket, right? Who are connected to the community in some way. And the purpose of their STR is to make it so that they can live or keep their house in vacation or somehow stay involved with Nantucket, right? It's not this is what I do for a living, but I have nothing to do with Nantucket, right? So it seems like there's definitely energy around that theme, and exactly where you fall on, does that mean they shouldn't have a business of, 5 STRs? Or does it mean, right, so that maybe they only have the one? Or maybe it means, no, they can have more than one, but then there needs to be some profit going back to the town. But as long as they're still somehow connected and they're not just a commercial entity, I'm just trying to sort of name that is an area where it feels like there's a lot of commonality of like, yes to STRs of people who are connected to the island, no, or let's limit those that are really just extractive profit-making mechanisms.
Is the number 2 set in stone, like the 3%?
I believe it's a state definition, so I think it's like professionally managed is like written in the legislation. So the last I saw the registry was a while ago, was 2021, and there were 330. The state actually listed which property would have qualified.
Could qualify for that.
Yeah, and there were 330.
Wow.
30. So I ran the numbers quickly, but back then maybe a little bit conservatively, but I thought it could bring in like maybe $750,000 to $1 million. Please don't quote
a year. And does the law say what you do with that money?
At least 25% has to go to housing, affordable housing projects or infrastructure.
Right, but could the town say it all goes to affordable housing?
Yes.
And do you have to have a town meeting vote every year on what to do with that money?
Yeah, would it go into that same sort of fund that the,
I think you can do a proper fund, like
Oh,
a
you-
revolver.
okay, good. Because the
But that's a good
other way,
$1 million.
other way is a nightmare.
Isn't gonna go very far to help our problem, but it's.
But it's $1
$1
million.
Yeah.
You might build a bond off it.
It'll go farther when we get a land
That's right.
trust.
That's right. So it's every year too.
Yeah, future return.
Okay, so limit or eliminate commercial, corporate, business, maybe business is a better word,
Yeah, I'd rather use business.
just because it doesn't get confused with zoning or whatever question, right?
Yeah, you guys were right. We just said commercial in our group because we're struggling to get a term.
Yeah, no.
What else? Anything else people feel like kind of is rising to the top?
How about a limitation on how many units?
Yeah, capping
A
seems
cap.
to be.
So cap on number of units that anyone can, like that.
Total on the island.
Yeah, like, yeah.
Total
like
on the island, but-
Capping at,
Whether it's 2,000 or 1,500 or whatever.
right.
Or 20% of the total housing units, whatever. That's what Thompson says.
Yeah.
Protecting locals is also seems to be a common theme.
Wait a minute, I have a question. Are we talking about capping? Why not cap it at a certain period of time as opposed to all year round? When, the fact of the matter is, the real issue, I think, is that during the 10-week period between the second week of June and the second week of September. If you cap during that period, that may make sense. But why do it when there's no, you're going to start cutting into the revenues of the businesses on island? Why do that?
Right, so some people suggested maybe the cap is only, let me do some of like details that you may or may not all agree with, right? People mentioned during summer, people mentioned maybe by neighborhood, right?
Right.
People mentioned grandfather, maybe you all mentioned grandfather and attrition. Oh, well, let me check on that one. How many people, how do people get, is that sort of the idea? STI, the capping the number, meaning we start with what we have now, but then
The
don't
number
give
could
new
be,
ones
the number
and we
could be
go down.
lower, the number could be, I mean, that depends on whatever everyone figures.
You keep what's
It's not
there.
during summer
attrition.
because it's a permit. So it's gonna be on a year-round basis. You'd only be allowed to have 1,500, whatever the number is.
Right, or
2,000.
could
Well,
you
there
have a
was
summer-
some talk
you could have
about,
a summer
some
permit.
people said six
Well, what's the
weeks.
purpose of having a summer permit? Because if it's gonna be different than the winter permit, then you don't need any permit.
So that's why
Well,
we
Your permit for the winter
Got
might
up,
be
to a
to still
degree,
check in
with,
health and
6
safety.
weeks.
Oh, you gotta
This
sign, you
is
gotta
all
register.
strong
Yes.
enough.
That's
Right,
different from the cap. That was-
Yeah.
that was-
Yeah.
yeah,
Which
That's
Right.
different from the
But
cap.
but you could, I mean, you could create a cap that's only for the summer. And
Can I explain this?
Yeah, I can't-
What's different, Peter, is when John and I were talking about a cap in the summer, it wasn't about number of STRs, it was about how many weeks people could
Yes.
rent.
Oh,
John wanted to
Oh,
limit it to
Yeah.
six weeks for the year, and Kathy brought up, I think very sagely, that wait, you can do a lot of rental. Hope I'm speaking this right for you, Kathy, but you can do a lot of rentals in the winter that won't bother anyone. So then we said, hey, how about a compromise? And I'm not even sure I agree with this compromise, but anyway, the compromise was, okay, it's only 6 weeks during the summer, and then you can rent as much as you want in the so-called off season.
Okay, so that's different, totally
Yeah,
different.
so
Different,
that
totally
during
different
the
idea.
summer
I'm not
probably
sure.
needs to come out
It's
of
like
that,
saying
'cause
you can play
that's-
hockey when there's no ice.
You're gonna
on the
hurt
field.
you.
no one
Yeah.
wants
Yeah.
no one wants a
Exactly.
cap just
That's
during the
right.
summer.
You know,
But,
take
no,
that out.
but
That's-
sometimes you rent a
Length-
seasonal work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Length of stay is a different thing than cap.
Yeah.
Right.
We're just
Yeah.
talking
No,
about,
but this was to Peter's point that he just was making about.
Yes,
Why would you want a cap?
he's right.
right. He's right about that.
Well,
And-
there's
and-
an organic cap.
But that's,
Called
It wasn't
cold
about the
weather.
caps itself. It
Oh,
doesn't
I
matter.
see, it caps itself.
Is it a
Yeah.
cap on the number of
Yes.
permits,
Let's
Let's
basically?
not get into the
Doesn't matter, because
capacity.
if we
Not
have-
here.
You're not
summer.
gonna,
Yeah,
you're
No,
never
that
gonna
was
get to a
connected.
level
Yeah.
off-season that
no,
So
would
by-
hit whatever the.
doesn't matter.
Okay,
Right.
I hear you. Okay, so should we write something then about limit on total number or total days? Do people, how,
So, like, what I see on cap is, a discussion that you and I, Dave, had a couple meetings ago, which was, if you only put a cap, then you're gonna have a huge rush. And you have to guarantee every year-rounder ability to go on their own property.
Yeah.
That's not a question. And then how do you then limit? So what you're gonna do is, where I see it is, if you don't define business as, let's say, an individual, I don't know how you define business, maybe that's the question.
I'll get to that.
But so every individual who, let's say any individual who doesn't live on Nantucket could purchase a home on Nantucket and turn it into an SCR, period. And everyone would have one.
No,
So
I
they're 8
agree.
billion,
But I think that we cap it, we don't say as of, we say, here's the cap.
right, so everyone's gonna sign up.
No.
If you don't give them the heads up, then they're not gonna sign up.
They are already
they have
signing
to
up.
vote on your law.
Yes, that's true, but
They're gonna
it
have
can go into effect immediately, right? It doesn't have to be, like a lot
But
of
you,
these.
the 5 months ramping up to town meeting.
Yeah, I mean, that happens, it does, it happens with the
That's
pools, it
right.
happens, it would happen if we had a building cap, but I don't think there's any other way to do it.
Well, so.
If we're
just
gonna cap.
throw out one idea that Jeffrey had told
But no,
me
you're
about
100% right.
is you have the permits, people have to apply every year, right? And there's not and as your cap, let's say your ideal cap, you guys decide it's
4,000.
4,000, fine, you decide it's
Well,
4,000.
you're gonna have a
Look
rush.
at you, girl.
You're gonna have a rush.
Right?
I'm just,
So
I
you
don't
say
agree with
it's-
this idea at all, so
So you say
I'm just
it's
going with it.
4,000, but each year it's gonna go down.
What?
And each year people reapply and they have to pay, I don't know, right?
No.
He
You
said that
don't,
there's ways.
once you have it, you keep it until you sell your house.
You know what, though, if you don't use it more than
Right.
2 weeks out of the
That's
year,
fine.
you lose it.
Right.
What do you mean, more than
You're
2 weeks out of the year?
incentivizing people to STR their home.
Yeah, you don't want to do
For
that.
2 weeks.
Oh, you mean you have to use it a minimum of 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You can't
You
just.
are incentivizing.
You mean you have to rent it?
Right?
have to
That's
rent
the,
it. You
that's
have
one
to
of the
rent
issues
it
with
for
the
2
cap
weeks.
and grandfathering.
Yeah,
You're
no, it
literally
is.
incentivizing people
Yeah.
to not use
No,
their home.
I argue against them, but I think that it's
Well,
some
what do you
level
not
we're
like
gonna
about
have to,
accessory use?
we're gonna have to get to it. Well,
you're
because
not putting a
accessory
cap.
use, then you're saying that someone has to live in a house for 6 months a year.
No, that the primary use can't be an STR, that the primary use has to be a residential use. I'm not saying we
So-
need to discuss this now,
Yeah,
but
no,
we should
so,
talk
but
about it.
then, when you get into that, then you're gonna get into the Wade cottages, you're gonna get into all
The same
of-
issue that we just talked
all
about,
of-
you're right,
all of
those
those.
are like
Those
exceptions
are
that
gonna
are.
be.
Can I talk about two of those things?
Yeah.
The problem I have with residential use is that you're setting up situations where people live on Nantucket and then they can only rent a place that's there, so they have to go live in the woods for 3 months, you know? I mean, it doesn't work for
Maybe
for
on another,
normal
maybe at a
year-round
different meeting, we
people.
can talk about
That-
what's
But,
out there.
and so
but-
that's one problem I have with residential, and John and I talked about that too, that people have to leave their home, and that, it seems they should be able to rent out another home, and maybe it's not
But
one they
people
live
have
in.
secondary dwellings and they have ADUs.
And that's,
they have-
and that's
right?
great, and but the other thing I want to say about grandfathering is that I'm probably looking at grandfathering all wrong, but the way I see it, you don't have to be currently, if you, okay, you're a property owner in Nantucket. I'm saying that your right to do short-term rental is grandfathered in, whether or not you're doing an STR now.
Right, that's not the way grandfathering.
That's,
works,
but
unfortunately.
can't you write it that way in the bylaw?
Well,
No.
if
So
it's
say-
if
say
it's
it again,
bylaw,
what were
not
you saying?
zoning, you
Yeah,
can probably
because so
write it
what
the way
it's
you
saying
want
is
it.
you don't need to have 1 million people going out and starting STRs. You're just saying if you currently, as of October 31st, 2023, you own a piece of property in Nantucket, yes, you do have the right to do an STR, even if you're not doing one. When you sell it, that right disappears. When you die, that right disappears. And so that brings down the attrition over time.
So it's sort of like unlimited STRs until somebody sells a home.
I think so. I mean, I don't know if that would have
That's
very
what it
bad.
is.
And are you saying that if you die, then your children cannot then maintain the STR?
Well, I don't think
Like,
STRs,
Yes. That's how Palm Springs is, I was talking about.
but they're doing that. I mean, so every state has different zoning bylaws.
Absolutely.
So,
Oh, sure.
I mean, I think the cap is, as we discussed it, was, well, Peter's disappeared on me. Mary's here. Is the cap isn't a grandfather. You don't, your use isn't grandfathered. You're allowed, if you had a pre-existing permit, you can continue with that permit until you sell your property.
So you have to have the permit, you say.
And that permit goes away. I think the cap is for, if you have a permit as of this date, you're good. And then whatever that number we set, as they sell those properties off, or they choose not to do STRs, then we get down to the cap level.
So any new person who buys a home
Will be,
will have 2 weeks, but that's it.
I guess that goes back, if you're not a local, no. If the cap's in place and you buy a house, no, you have to wait till there's room in the cap.
No, that's right. That's how it would work. And that's,
Does that make sense? So,
Well, yeah, because when you're
No,
buying
I
it,
think
you're
it's just,
buying,
you know, sorry, go ahead.
well, you're buying it as a non-STR property. So if there is a difference in the price, you're paying.
all properties should be bought as non-STR property. There's no
You
grandfather.
don't get a permit.
Yeah, I know, which
Right.
is,
So,
There's no guarantee. But what you're saying is, everything we're doing here is discriminatory in a
No, but
way.
I think
Yeah.
that there is a big discussion. Some individuals in this work group and other people, and might say that it's discriminatory to have different rules for year-rounders or for a home that's being used as a
100%. I mean,
right?
all of this.
But then to have a cap is highly discriminatory
We're
as well.
taking away some people's rights while we're preserving other people's rights.
And
can I talk about business entities a little bit?
in one second,
Okay.
we'll come back to business entities in a second.
so if you
So
were,
I just want to make sure I've captured right. Cap question is how would you, there's some question, right?
Yeah.
You guys, this might be a place where, hey, we'd love a little more research on
Implementation, I
how
think,
has
is
this
our question.
worked
Yeah. Definitely.
in places where, did everybody rush in? Did they triple the number of STRs? And then how long did attrition take? And, right, you might want a little more research on this, on like how caps have worked. Because I've heard a lot of caps might be a great mechanism if there were a way to do it that didn't have those adverse effects, right? But you want to know more. You mentioned protecting locals, and I put in the and unique situations like these cabins. But is there something that this means? Like when you say protecting, does that mean
Right to rent.
right to rent in their in
No.
their house, or unlimited number of?
on their own property where they live.
That doesn't
That's
make
a
any
question,
sense.
right?
Yeah, but
Is that-
Dave, seriously.
And that's where I have a
Right?
problem.
But
Yeah.
seriously,
Where do
so
we- where do we
grandma
live?
dies and leaves you her house. You rent it. Sometimes family uses it. Sometimes you short-term rent it. We're trying to get rid of that. They're going to make people give up family properties.
That's the same actually with the other cap. though.
That's true.
But I
Yeah, so-
understand,
Yeah,
so.
so you're going at it in a way that we're not sure we agree with,
Where-
but you
where do those
agree
people
with
go?
But
what
everybody
we're trying
agrees
to
protect their,
protect.
But my
on their,
question is
on their
how-
primary property, right? Everyone agrees with that?
I don't know.
Oh, maybe protect locals more than on their primary property.
Right, at least.
Yeah,
At
minimum,
least.
yeah.
Well,
Um,
Julie, maybe you can just explain to me how,
And then,
how that
and then I
works.
added in the other thing you were talking about is the number of rentals or the number of weeks that people can do
Yes,
in a season, right?
yes.
Per season.
My concern about all of those is the.
And the other thing someone
measuring.
mentioned was max one rental per week. So that is, it can be a week long, it could be 3 days long, but you still can't do another one. You can't do two 3-day ones in 1 week.
I feel like that's almost
No?
nonsensical, just in the fact that the only times that those are really issues are shoulder seasons. Because summertimes, most people block out week rentals. Do you allow anybody for shorter than a week? I think most people.
Kathy, do you want to,
season-
well, she has a unique situation.
Yeah, Kathy?
Absolutely. I only do weekend and short-term. I do 3 days at a time all summer long. It's not about the money. It's about, it's affordable to people that can't afford a whole week. So yes, I absolutely could not operate. And if it was limited to just 7 days. So
But what if it were only one, you could only do one
That's
over
not a
the
problem.
7-day period?
That's not a
That's
problem.
not a problem.
Oh, okay.
say that you don't
That was
know
a
though.
compromise.
I
That
think the
is
use
wrong.
numbers will, data will definitely,
Well,
That's
I've
something
seen
data
some
can
data
read
on
out.
this stuff and it's
yeah.
a little more short-term than you might assume.
No,
But I think part of the reason also is that, like, let's say if a year-round person who's renting like a, a in-law suite or a room down in the basement, I mean, those are gonna bring, those are 1, 2, 3 nights. They're
those will be
so-
whatever you can get.
Right, exactly.
But I'm hearing because of this, that won't affect this. right?
Yeah, and let's use this as an example of what happened this past weekend. When we had people that came to the island and the ferries were all canceled, and they needed places to stay. Some of them stayed in short-term rentals. That wouldn't be allowed because it would be one night. I mean, it just doesn't, it should be, okay, people come for a weekend. People come for a weekend for a wedding, so they come for a family reunion. They come for just the weekend.
That's the
But
that's more
nobody's
the
saying,
shoulder season.
nobody's
Yeah,
saying
it's not
less than
in
a,
season.
you can't do less than a week. I didn't hear that idea. What I heard was you just can't do multiple
Right.
in a week.
That's fine. I already said that, but I think
Yeah.
David
So I
said
think
he
that's
was
why it's-
understanding.
My concern about some of these types of things though is like, so, okay, we're gonna produce a calendar where we show all of the different, and who's gonna look at that and make sure we're in compliance and
Yeah.
like, it just seems very, like we talked about, we wanna keep things simple
Yeah.
to achieve
So we'll-
what the goals are. So
Does-
what's the goal that's trying to, and is that simple?
And if we can't control it, we shouldn't even put it on the list, if there's no way to enforce it.
I'm not sure that we have all the answers on, is it
We'll come
possible
back
to
to, I
enforce
think
it?
let's come
But
back
I
to the
agree
enforcement
it's-
questions.
Yeah, I'd like to see the numbers on it, but I'm not
Yeah.
opposed to it.
Okay, so we were gonna take a dinner break. Do we wanna go like maybe 5 more minutes and then take a dinner break? Or what do people wanna do?
Well, if we're at
It's
a break,
early, I guess,
if we're at a break in the meeting, we might as well take it now. Or not take it at all, just keep going.
I mean, I know, I just wanna get to Jim. Jim has said he wants to talk a little more about this one.
That's fine.
Do you wanna do that before dinner?
Go ahead.
I prefer to push through, but
Yeah, I'd rather go through, keep
Yeah, me
going.
too.
Can we push through though, because we have a 7:40 public comment, right?
We do have a 7:40 public comment.
Oh, right, good point.
no.
And I'm gonna die from starvation.
Yeah,
And
no,
it's
we
supposed to
said
be
we're
taking
That's
it
a
out.
problem.
already. and
That's a
I can
problem.
talk now.
Okay, so we have to break.
Not as sturdy. as
So
you.
should we break now and then we'll come back and we'll,
Well, let's Jim do
let's
yours.
let Jim do
Okay.
his thing first.
I'm dying of hunger, but I'll do it. Okay, so yeah, I know there's a lot of different ways to define commercial and business, and I'm gonna say what Palm Springs does and then give my reason for why I think it makes sense, okay? So again, I read this definition. Business entity means a corporation, partnership, or other legal entity that is not a natural person and not a personal or family trust, and not a limited liability company, which consists solely of natural persons. And so the next statement says, of course, that they shall not give a vacation rental registration certificate, which is their STR certificate, to any business entity other than an LLC that goes to a natural person. So when I called them today, I said, well, can you really enforce that? Like, how can you enforce that? And they said yes. And as I mentioned earlier, we look at the article of incorporation of the LLC, we look at their operation plan, and it's not that difficult to enforce. Now, the reason why I think that is preferable to saying that a home must be lived in or else it is a commercial entity is that I just think of these people who live year-round on Nantucket, and the way they make things work is not by renting out their own home, because they would have to leave and have nowhere to go. The way they make it work is by renting out another small house that they own somewhere. Now, if it's an ADU on their property, it would probably be allowed by what you're talking about, Julia.
Or a secondary dwelling, yes,
Yeah.
I think we're talking about.
Yeah,
the
however,
property.
it's not always that, and that's the issue I see, that it's how can you demand that people, you know, they have to live in their house, but then they have to leave unless they're.
Can I give you an example?
Yeah.
My neighbor bought a short-term rental house, and this is how he was gonna pay for his kids' college education.
Uh-huh.
And it was 200 yards down the road from
Yep,
us.
yep.
And that's what he did for 3 years. He rented the
Yep.
house out until he finally came to the conclusion that short-term rentals suck and
Yeah.
people, he didn't want to deal with it anymore. And he sold it.
And
And,
his son dropped out of
and on the
school.
backside, he made enough
He
to
made
pay
enough.
for his kids' college education. And
Right.
we want to take that ability away from locals?
I don't want to, no.
No, but how do we stop, like, let's go back to the Wall Street Journal for just a second, even if we don't agree on, like, okay, this is a different price tag, different
Yeah.
neighborhood, different whatever, but it's an individual that's behind.
Yeah, it is.
So
And-
that's not, I don't think we're trying to encourage that either.
We're not trying to encourage it, but I think the cost of eliminating that is greater than the benefit of eliminating it, because I think the real danger is from corporations doing that. And I agree with you, I don't want that to happen either, but I don't think we can eliminate that without eliminating a lot of good that so-called locals, whatever, get from short-term rentals. And so I don't think the cost or the price of doing that is worth it. And that's what concerns me.
Can I just say one other thing that Jeffrey had mentioned to me, which was you could do through zoning, you could distinguish between houses based on their size and or their value, by having different rules for, modest homes versus mansions, right? I don't know if you want to do that, but just putting that out there is something, if you care about the guy who has the modest house that he's renting versus
Well, that
the
could be a
$20
tool to
million
help preserve
person,
locals'
Yeah,
neighborhoods.
right?
Wait, so you wouldn't allow them to rent?
You would allow the modest homes.
Yeah.
Right, so it'd be more attractive to buy and
Oh,
turn
yeah, we
into
don't
an
want
STR.
that, no. Okay.
No, I think you don't want to do
No, we
that.
don't want
So
that.
we probably don't want to touch it, but we all know that whatever we believe in, there's costs and benefits. And I'm just coming out and saying,
No,
I'm really
sure.
worried about the detriment to local people. If
I
we
think
say you have to
you're
live
right,
in
Jeff.
it for 3
I think
months.
you're right.
And in Palm Springs, by the way, and I'm going to stop talking about them, but they just came up with, you have to live there for 30 days in order to rent it as an STR. And I said, well, how do you enforce that? And they said, we can't enforce that.
Yeah.
We just have them write something that says I live there for 30 days. So I think that's really hard to
And-
enforce anyway.
I love that definition that they used. I still argue that's going to be really hard to enforce.
It may be, they said it wasn't, now, who knows,
Yeah,
maybe,
but-
maybe.
but
and
I
they-
do- I
They
like
have a
it.
whole enforcement division, of course.
Yeah.
They're a bigger city naturally, but.
Okay, I think this gives us a good time to take a break. Let's go have some dinner. Can we get to the airport, eat dinner, and be back here by 6:15?
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what we're gonna try and do then.
10 minutes to get there, that's all.
All right,
All
those
right.
of you watching, we'll be back. Kathy and Peter, and Mary, if you're there, have some dinner. We'll see you back here at 6:15.
somebody, yeah, I definitely.
Specification in summary. So if, let's just say for argument's sake, we could stipulate that that Monomoy house that had the article was an outline, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And to your point, that we don't want to limit it all because that will mess, right, okay.
Right.
Dude, I'm not
So-
driving with you.
What we want to prevent against is that, but it's scale, but under the business model.
Yeah.
But if you did it just on the,
Does anyone else
if you threw that guy out in the article, then you threw too many people out.
Right, that's what I'm worried about.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm worried that, yeah, you were throwing people that don't need to be thrown out. That could be a problem.
Like, this is a police station, no one's gonna come in and steal my computer.
Highly doubt it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you are in the police department.
No, yeah, sure, I'll agree with that.
We got chilly this evening.
Sorry, I was literally in the shower.
Megan texted me, she said they're running a bit behind. Thanks, Charles. Welcome back. I think they're running a little bit behind schedule. Word I got is they'd be here around 6:40. Another 20 minutes.
You were patiently waiting. Well, I said, if we go out to dinner, it's gonna take too long.
Sorry, that's all right, welcome back. Dessert.
What happens?
Well, you know, if town hadn't been so cheap and bought us dinner, we wouldn't have had a problem.
Stacy, where are you staying while you're out there?
At the Craven house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a particularly nice place to stay if you did.
Nice. No, we just ate it. The airport. Yeah.
I made it down. I was saying, you know, it's kind of, as long as you guys enjoy it. Gotcha. I have a sense of it's sorry to keep you saying. Service is very slow. You guys didn't miss anything. There was a lot of action in the room. No?
Back to my chair.
You can't see anybody, right? So you can't see the screen.
I like to turn around, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you've got you're hemmed in by wires.
Yeah.
Good thing you're a skateboarder and you can handle this stuff.
Sort of former, but no, I still am kind of. How's Katie?
She's good.
Good.
She's they finally actually found the diagnosis, the kind of genetic mutation that causes.
Really?
Yeah.
Monday night.
Really. It's a genetic mutation that causes a thing called erythromelalgia, which is, anyway, it's like blood and nerve dysfunction, and she's on a couple meds now that are really helping. There's still a long way to go, but she's out of bed, she's walking, she still has pain, but she's much better than she was.
Wow.
So we're hoping she and her husband will move back to Nantucket, live next door.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
the hope.
awesome.
Yeah, but there's
That's
just
awesome.
stuff to.
I don't know her very well, just
Yeah.
just a little friend of a friend.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
yeah, but
All right, when we learned
it's
6
been
hours,
3.5
not long
years.
enough
It's
for
been
me.
a terrible experience to have to go through. Very difficult.
I know she was
I was
speaking to a
saying,
friend of
what
mine
we've
who
learned
had
is 6
something
hours is
similar.
not long enough for
An old
anything.
man
Okay,
who
yeah.
had Tarlov cysts,
Right.
and like I
Right.
they
I
were
was saying I used to
thinking
run
she had the
these
surgery
week-long
and
Yes.
back that
back
were
and
Yes,
all
all
and
that.
Barbara
7
taught
a.m.
her
to
a
like
lot.
10
Exactly.
p.m.
Yeah.
for 5
Yeah, and
days.
she went through hell. And so with Kate, she did have the Tarlov cyst, she did have the surgery, but she also has this other
Other
condition.
stuff.
So
Okay,
it's just
got
like,
it. Yeah.
it's hard to imagine.
What can you
But
do?
at
Like
least-
roll with it, right? I
Yeah.
mean,
You, the boss, were with us. So
Yes,
you
it's
know,
true. It's true.
Right, so she didn't think we were just
Yeah.
hanging out,
No.
causing trouble.
Wasn't
Now we can
taking
come here and
advantage.
cause trouble.
It was fine. Yeah, they brought me the wrong thing, so it was not quite what I,
But you identified it quickly, and that was
Yeah.
good.
yeah.
After she
It was
bit
probably,
into it.
that's the most meat I've eaten in 30 years. though.
Oh, man.
That one bite of chicken.
Well, you
Oh,
thought you
God.
said chicken of the sea. Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
true. Chicken of the sea. That's a good point.
Do you guys have the other?
My dad used to have a hat like that. Is that a good hat?
That's a good hat, yeah.
Yeah.
Dave might have his.
Of what?
Do you have Mary's phone number?
Feel bad having their
On
full
that
name
slip,
and
the
phone
yellow slip
number.
that we had.
Oh,
I don't think
Mary.
I do.
Oh,
right.
I burned that.
I don't have it.
Destroy that.
Yeah. I ate mine.
At least it came before the dinner.
I gave you Kathy's right, Jim.
Oh, God.
I would have eaten it, but.
No,
like
I
Megan
didn't, I
and
didn't, I
Rick.
threw it away.
No, you know what? I think I stuck it in a.
Here's Mary's phone number.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
you're the winner.
Winner chicken dinner.
I did deserve one of those. It's not.
You did give it to me.
I don't think I did, man. I'll take the blame. I think I threw it away.
John, I think you left your glasses.
All of them are just. This isn't
Yeah,
Kathy's.
three of
Well,
them.
Kathy will know if she's.
They're corporate sponsored, Dave. Did you see that?
From who?
Oh, no, I
Capital
put it-
One.
Spanish
I don't
is
seem to
the
have it anyway.
yellow slip over there somewhere for Peter.
There was one.
Oh, you got that, okay.
All right. Are we ready to
Oh,
start?
yes.
Are we, are
There
we,
she is. So we're all set.
are we missing anyone?
Oh, good.
No.
Is Mary?
Kathy
Oh,
never
and
left.
Jeffrey is here. Hello, Jeffrey. You've been waiting for us.
Is Mary here?
He's here.
Jeffrey upset with that?
I'm gonna have to turn around.
No, we can come back on. Yep, let's get started.
Am I in your way if I turn around, John? Can you see over me? This one here?
The one that's plugged in.
This one, yes.
Hello, hello. Oh, you gotta put the camera off there. All right, everyone. This is what happens when we don't bring dinner into the meeting. Now we know. This is how it works. All right. So we're going to shift to talk about data and work planning for the next hour. Right, yes, okay. So you all got, but might not have had time to look at the list of data points. It was basically the list that I showed at the end of the last meeting. And it had some commentary added from Jeffrey. We've asked him to join here. And the goal of this conversation is to make sure that Jeffrey is clear and we all agree on what data we are looking to collect. So I want you to think about the points we talked about, as well as some of the ones we were less, people had ideas, but we didn't necessarily rise to this one. And think about, as we're talking about the data, how data is going to help us answer any of these questions, right? Because the more we can connect the data that we're asking for to its purpose and value for us in making decisions, the better off we're going to be. So, let me then, I don't know, Jeffrey, was there anything you wanted to say by way of getting us started here?
Yeah, well, one, I'm very excited to see anything written on a giant piece of paper. As an urban planner, that's always a really good thing to see. I did want to take a moment because I do get a lot of emails. I do want to apologize. I know there's a lot of frustration with the data gathering, and that's on me. It's on me to be more transparent where there are potential errors or assumption, where data is incomplete, where there have been problems, and how that affects the work that you do. I go back and watch these meetings and take all the notes and all the emails that I get. I take them back to our product team. I try to understand why there have been issues. Is it an issue of data collection? Is it an issue of analysis? Is it data quality of what we're taking in? So I have been digging into our code and working to fix those issues and to get our tools to be better and more responsive to the questions that you're asking. I've talked to Stacy quite a bit about this, about what that's going to look like moving forward. My goal is to make this group's job easier and not harder. I've gotten a lot of feedback, and most of it has been really productive. even when it is quite critical, perhaps even more when it's critical. So I'm always welcome ways to improve or new directions to be useful. So I wanted to get that out there because I know it's been a topic of conversation. I do get a lot of emails, and sometimes people don't get rid of the things that they've been emailing back and forth. So I've read a lot of things. So I just wanted to get that out there because I know it's been a real sticking point. This document is really going back and adding a little bit of commentary about some of these data asks, and a little bit this is me getting ahead of some of the potential questions that people will have as we develop it, and explaining some of the nuances that people just need to be aware of in terms of the questions that they are asking. I could go through it, but it's pretty straightforward in terms of I didn't add any of the questions that haven't been sent to me already. So that is what this document is. I wanted to get it down on paper, one, to answer questions before they arise, and two, so that people understand what are some of the data questions that I have to answer in order to get a larger data point to the group. So I don't have much of a particular structure to what's going on. I'm interested to hear where's the conversations have gone today, and what some of the potential directions are with that. Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to say at the onset here.
Thanks. So I guess I want to open to the group looking at this document. I know people have asked for other data in addition to this, right? And so I just want to make sure that whatever data people are asking for, one, is data that is findable, like it's actually, we can get it for you. And two, it really is tied to decision or a direction that we would be going, right? Like mission critical data. So with those two criteria, right, like you'd have to make sure that it's something that can be collected between now and February, and that it's going to help influence decisions. Are there things that people want to add to this list as essential data that you want to make sure that Granicus and the NARAB data collectors who are they're each gonna do their own data collection, but bring it together, right? And we're gonna make sure that that's collected in a way that can speak to each other. Are there other data points that you think should be on this list?
I'll point out one that is extremely difficult, and I've been trying to find better resources on it, which is long-term rental data, not home ownership data, but long-term rental data. It's very, very, very difficult. They don't, those leases are not cataloged in any sort of consistent way. It's why a lot of times when we talk about conversions of units from some form to short-term rentals, or to short-term rentals more of the year rather than seasonal, we often have to rely on things like home sales or homestead exemptions or tax exemptions in general, because that is a marker that we can actually get a hold of. Other types of renting, long-term renting, it's just very, very, very difficult to get consistent data, certainly down to the same level we can with short-term rentals or with individual home ownership. So that's one that if there is information out there, there's going to be a lot of asterisks on it, but I think it's a useful one to try to understand what some of the pressures are on certain types of units in terms of their balance of short and long-term and seasonal renting.
Yeah,
Jeffrey, is it worth having even the data that you can have access to as part of picture, if you want, in a sense that I agree with what you say. So we know we have census data. We may not be able to relate it directly to this address.
Yeah.
Switched over, right? But then we also, I think in here, I think it talks a little bit about, and I'm not going to characterize it right because I haven't memorized this doc, but the break-even point between the long-term rental and the short-term rental. There was a good study that was published, sponsored by the Affordable Housing Trust a couple of years ago. Dave, more about it. It was the data platform. And I think they ran some of these numbers, like basically saying it's 3 times more money than a long-term rental to short-term rent, right? So, I mean, can we rely on some of these?
Yeah.
I have to take the whole thing kind of out of the conversation, but to at least.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, break-even tables often are, sometimes they can be a little absurd because it's like, well, why is anyone renting any property long-term? Because they could, break even in a day or 2 days or something. What it does do is give you a good sense of the pressure, I think, a lot of times, either on rental flipping or on sales. I think the difficulty is that if you look at 4-bedroom properties or 2-bedroom properties around the island, there's a lot of different kinds of uses. So I do think if that's the best we have, and I think it probably is, then that's what we're going to run with, and we're going to put the attribution under it, and people can understand that is the best data we have about long-term rents. I think I point out in this document a little bit is that there's always going to be people who have anecdotes that are going to be in opposition of whatever narrative we want to make about housing, because there's just so many different ways people are using properties. So to get any insight into that long-term rental market, or even the sort of seasonal long-term, or worker housing, if that's data that's available, I think we can use that as the best baseline we have. But yeah, you're right. It's never going to be down to that individual unit unless we go out and do some sort of, I don't know, door knocking or something like that. Just data that doesn't exist in any sort of database. So if we have to aggregate it at different levels, then we'll aggregate it at different levels and try to understand it the best we can.
Dave.
Yeah, I guess I have a question as to, not adding something, but I'm just wondering if researching the sales relationship is really going to be a productive exercise. If any information we get out of it is not really conclusive, is it going to be a good use of your time, Jeffrey, and our time as a board?
Well, I guess my answer to that is I don't know. And we may run that analysis and there's something clear, right? There's some sort of something we can really point to and go, oh, we can track how some metric, right? These used to have homestead exemptions and now they're LLCs. Well, we can try to chart that. We may do that analysis and go, we can't really tell, right? We don't really, we don't have that ability to make a conclusion until we do the analysis. I think the reason we would do it is because that is the only other sort of big piece of hard data, database that we have access to. And I want to do it because I know housing has been such an interesting thing. And also this question of, has there been some sort of shift in ownership structures or where those owners are located? Can we tie that to some sort of trend, whether that's housing size, location, whatever? We won't know that until we do that analysis. And that analysis might have a null answer. The answer might be, there hasn't been some big shift based off bedrooms or based off location or based off of anything in particular. I think you're right, though, in that there are lots of reasons why people may have done something in that data that we'll have to just be honest about, right? So when we go from someone owning something personally to an LLC, for example, as we've talked about, that doesn't mean that they've sold it to some evil corporation that's, slick back tear from New York City is trying to ruin things. That just might be a tax move, right? That might just be something their accountant told them to do. So we do need to figure out ways to either explain that that is part of our data, and people need to understand that's part of our data, or some way to filter those out. Sometimes that can be in price. A lot of times those things that are moving from not an LLC to an LLC, that transfer is $1. I don't think you're buying a house for $1 on the island, but it will be recorded as such in the assessor. So there are a lot of different ways people will show up in that, but we won't really know if there is any sort of sizzle there until we do that analysis. Now, I think that's secondary to some of the descriptions of the short-term rental market in general, getting the counts right, getting the descriptions of relative sizes, and getting it tied to the addresses within the GIS platform, I think is certainly my priority number one. But I think that next set is probably the best hook into some of those housing issues that we can start to investigate. And if it doesn't come to anything, it doesn't come to anything. But I think people would have a lot of questions as to why we didn't investigate that if we don't do that at all.
Peter Kahn?
Yeah, Jeff, I just want to make sure that you have seen and are using the Nantucket data platform material from 2017, which is, I think, a pretty damn good report.
Yep.
And it would be crazy to reinvent the wheel here.
Oh, absolutely. So, yes. So that is part of what I'm looking at, to the degree that there are things in there that we can pull out. We'll pull that out. Obviously, and this comes up often too when we're talking about anything that, say, we've had a census since 2017, we've had ACSs since then. At a certain point, that data starts to get a little stale, but it's certainly a really good baseline, and it's certainly a very good way to look at things over time, which is, I know, a really important dimension that people are very interested in. Certainly from, say, 2017, that's 5 years.
I'm also wondering if it's worth your while, since you're relatively new to Nantucket and its problems, to talk to the people who are behind the Nantucket data platform, who have obviously spent a lot of time on island and know it, and are coming at it obviously in a similar data-driven manner as you are. And
I've been reaching out to them and trying to understand exactly what questions I do want to ask of them, in terms, so that I could ask for everything they have. I do want to be pretty targeted about what they ask. They have a lot of other things going on, but yes, absolutely.
Jeffrey, on the so you mentioned like residential exemption as one of the hard pieces of hard data that we do have. In your comments here, it mentions that you have some doubts about the accuracy and the level of fraud, and
those are
raised a big eyebrow for me. That's a bit, I think that the director of finance, the assessor, have a very different view, and it would be worth getting their comments on that.
Let me comment on that, because that was something that I had said. I'm based on some information that somebody had given me. I can't substantiate it, and so I don't know whether I'm taking it as not valid. And
I included that because I think I think at some point I had mentioned it before, and I saw in all the little boxes people kind of do a little bit of a head scratch and eye roll. That comes up all the time whenever we're talking about this issue and tax exemptions, residential tax exemptions. Is that people perceive or believe that there is some sort of misreporting going on. That's really all I'm doing. I'm flagging it. That's not to say that I have discovered some trove of information that I'm withholding from.
So I called the assessor because I saw this and I said, all right, is that what Rob Rainey would say?
Sure.
And his view was that, and this is secondhand. But his view was, if there is any, let's say, anybody who's still on the residential exemption program that maybe has moved off or whatnot. There are also people who live here year round in a home who may be in an LLC who don't qualify for residential exemption, or who may not even have signed up for the program all these
Right.
years. So that was his view. And so in a sense that maybe it would cancel each other out. Anyways, it's a good data set that we shouldn't leave out.
Yeah, no, that's not to say that I think it's something I'm nor. It is the best. I have every faith that it is accurate to it's accurate. I think actually with this issue, what is really difficult, and it's difficult for assessors around the country, but I think it's especially difficult in Nantucket, is just the patterns of use. And you do have a lot of a variety of patterns. You got people who are there 6 months, you have people who are there 3 months, or they're there 9 months, but not in consecutive ways. And so fraud is maybe a strong word. I will admit that. I think it's more that, these edge cases where, yes, I think there are probably lots of people who don't take that exemption. I was flagging it as something that people always bring up whenever we talk about that particular topic, especially when we're talking about it in relation of showing residency. People always say, well, yeah, they take it, but really they're not here, right? So that was really all it is. That is not to impugn the assessors or the assessors' data, more that it is something that people always raise a flag about.
Dave?
I think Julia was pretty accurate in her description. They actually talked about it at the select board, I think, last meeting, and had Rob Ranney on, and Rob basically came away saying, I'm almost more positive that there are more people that aren't taking advantage of the program, that don't really know about it, than are abusing it. So, but I do think, and I forget, did you listen to that? So how did that end? Did they decide they were going to look into it and report back to the select board, or they were just going to let it go?
Didn't hear that, but
Yeah,
anybody who wants to check it out, it was last Wednesday's.
Yeah, it was last Wednesday's select board meeting, but Julia, I think, represented it fairly accurately at least from Rob's standpoint, Rob Ranney's standpoint.
Yep. And like I said, if we, when we look at that data, I didn't collect that data. I have to trust that is accurate until I find something that says that it is inaccurate. So I think it is the best data that is about residency specifically. And so we will use it as such.
Yeah, so I think though what I'm hearing is let's not flag it as potential fraud.
That's right.
That's fair.
Let's
fair. It's a
speak
harsh
about it
word.
with
It's a harsh
the
word.
confidence that this is the best data that we have, and there's no reason to believe that it's.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that what you were going to say?
No, I was something else.
Go ahead.
But thanks, Jeffrey. I want to underscore and highlight something you said and maybe take it a step further, and that is the category of LLC/trust/corporate-owned properties. I really think we need to tease those out. I don't think they're one thing at all.
Yeah.
This is an example. My wife and I recently redid our wills, and the lawyer said, okay, you each need to sell half of your house to this trust for tax reasons and safety reasons, et cetera, which we did. And LLCs are often done for the same reasons, that people can protect their property. And I don't really see them as the same category, although some LLCs may be corporate, but I think to put all the three of them in one group is just going to really obscure what's going on. So
I think you're totally right. And I think there needs to be probably a couple other factors within that to get at those. So, one we've looked at is the LLC on the island, right? So that weeds out a certain type. But also I think that's again, maybe where that sales data is. I'm guessing you did not sell your house into your trust for market value.
$1 each, yeah.
So I think
it's a deal, but
I mean, so I think that some of that would shake out looking at, okay, we would populate a list with LLCs and non-humans, right?
Yes.
But then we could take it one step further and go, okay, where is it registered? Okay, it's off the island. That's maybe one bucket we want to examine. Now there might be other things in there. People have very good lawyers in Boston, I'm sure. But then also look at what's the last sales date, what's the last sales price. I think we can start to tease out that category. So you're
I think that
totally
could be
right.
useful. Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Thank
totally
you.
right that I'm not just gonna, pull up, type, search for those and just say I'm done. These are the problems, or these are this category. There is a lot of nuance, but part of that is going to be on what do you want to search for, or what do you want to apply something to determine what that sort of second factor is beyond just that it is not owned by a human. Is it where that's incorporated? Is it that was just a transfer for tax purposes rather than some sort of commercial sale, whatever it is. So I'm totally in agreement with you that is the beginning of teasing out that data to get at some other to get at the nuance within it. Absolutely.
Do you want to, yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Real quick, but trusts are almost impossible to crack, right? We can't tell who the owners are behind the most trusts, correct?
I think it's difficult.
Yeah.
I think that's sort of, I think I mentioned this before. There was a huge New York Times expose about trust ownership and LLC ownership in Manhattan. And they spent, I think, a year trying to get at it, because if you don't want someone to know who owns the property, you can make it so that people can't know who really owns it. So I think there is a limit, and I think there's a limit just in terms of my time or collective time to try to get farther into that, just because I think it would be really difficult.
I'm not saying we shouldn't collect the data on it. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying that, it's definitely a number we need to have, but it's hard to read much into them if we can't see who's actually owning them.
Yeah. So I thought it might be helpful, Jeffrey, just before we go on, and I'll come back to you in a second, to just share, if you want to put the camera over here, Charles, just so Jeffrey can see this. This is the list of ideas that we're starting to come to the top for the group, because they might just help you understand for data purposes, right? Like, there is some interest in understanding the number of business non-natural person owners, and what limiting or eliminating those might do. People were also interested in this 3% community impact fee, which only applies to properties or owners where there's the owner owns 2 or more STRs, not counting their own home. And so, like, I don't know that we might have had the number on there of how many people own, but in particular, the sort of 2 or more number seems like it might be valuable for people to know.
Yeah, and I think that one's really, really tricky because it's very easy to just have 2 LLCs. It's very easy to have just 2.
Jeffrey, sorry, I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Oh, yeah.
If you had a copy, because I know it's like an internal document to the town, but if you had a copy of the registry, if it was a version that I've seen before, they actually list
the owners
that would, because it's one of the requirements when you register for the DOR. So that might be somewhere to look, to not do too much work.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think that that's good to know. The other side of that is longer term, and 3% is not killer diller, but also thinking about how people would try to evade these things from a compliance side, I think is useful. But yeah, I think if we have access to that column, then that should give us some information about that. Yeah.
And then just, I'm not sure I think we're already collecting the data relevant to caps, potential caps, and by neighborhood. And about protecting locals on their own primary properties. But people also talked about the number of rentals per year or per season, and the number of weeks being rented per season, and the number of rentals per week. So to the extent those are things you're able to uncover, those were all areas of interest. And so we can send you all of that, but just so you have that in mind for this conversation. Okay,
Yep.
Julie, was there something else?
I'm just curious, Jeffrey, if you can explain that. I know it's difficult to get usage information.
Mhm.
What do you think you can get?
So this is what I know we collect from from our system. You know, we collect some verified stays. So when people stay and leave a review on the major short-term rental platforms, not your boutique real estate firms, on the short-term rental platforms, we have different levels that we collect. We collect reviews and when they happen and are they verified. We collect when calendars go in and out available. We collect when the listing itself is updated, when the listing is created, when the listing is active and inactive. So those are all things that we collect. I'm working on extending that to the real estate listing sites that are specific to Nantucket. Not all of those list information in the same way. Not all of them, you know, tend to have reviews, let's say. So what we end up with is a floor in terms of usage almost exclusively on Airbnb, VRBO, Flipkey, vacationrentals.com, those types of platforms. So we can have a floor and we can say, we know that this place, this unit has 8 verified stays in the last year, right? Did they go way beyond that? Are they on a real estate site that doesn't display any information? Maybe. So the best we can do just with our sort of native platform is establish a floor on those platforms, which, as we've discussed, and seems to be the case, are maybe half the market, and not the highest end properties that tend to be on these more bespoke platforms. From that usage data, could we make assumptions? Absolutely. But that's not going to be anything more than some assumptions, some trends, some patterns. It's not going to be the same as if you got the inside the tent view that would come from hosts or maybe the real estate agents.
And do you have a sense, I'm just curious, Dave or John, to the extent you've talked to NAREB about this, if you have a sense, is that data that they are collecting and or willing to collect and share? That is the usage, the number of stays, the length of stay.
Yep. That's all they're.
They are collecting.
Right, John? Yeah, they're collecting that.
They are.
Location, how many bedrooms, how much it's rented. Yeah, back to, what did we decide?
2018.
18 or 19, they said they'd provide. So that should.
What kind of information are they going to provide, though? Are they going to provide, yeah, there's 27 houses that were rented? They're not going to give us specifics.
They're going to give us specifically how many STRs, how they've been used.
The average, whatever.
Yeah, and location, I think, right?
Yeah.
Location
Yeah.
per neighborhood. They've
They're
already
not gonna
started,
give name
actually.
or,
So they're going to give us all that kind of baseline data, and they're very, what's the word I'm looking for? Very, they know they can give it to us. They're confident. They're very confident.
Yeah,
they're talking about getting it from 8 to 10
different
of the
offices.
biggest firms on the island. So it's not everybody, but it's
No, it's
You
the
probably
biggest.
only need 5 of
It's
them,
the
you know,
biggest
for-
ones.
Yeah.
It's the biggest houses. The biggest,
Yeah, and that's something that you know, whoever it is doing that data collection or going to those real estate firms to collect that data. You know, that's something that I mentioned in my call with Penny. I've mentioned to everyone, which is, you know, how that data is shared, the level of specificity they want to get into, the level of privacy they want to get into. You know, we can do a lot of different things to respect people's privacies or to break it down however we need to do it. I think there are always issues when you do certain types of averages, because this is a pretty uneven industry, right? You have some that are very, very high. You have some that don't do very much at all. And so we'll do a little bit of work, I think, as they collect it, to try to understand and present, if they are going to aggregate it in some form, whether that's by neighborhood or by type of property, that it is not, it's capturing, I use this word a million times, but it's capturing the nuance of an industry that does have a lot of variance in it.
Yeah, and I think my impression is that we're going to have the raw data as well. We're not just going to be handed, averages and numbers. I think, I think that they're going to take, they might give us that, but they're going to take special care to make sure that this is data that doesn't have their subjective opinion attached to it.
They're gonna, they're gonna spend some money to depersonalize this so that they can give it to you more in a raw form. But that raw form isn't gonna have the homeowner's name. And
Sure.
Well,
that I think might limit some other kinds of research. That's a broader topic that I do want to talk to them about, because we can work with them on how that data is anonymized so that it is still connected to some of these broader databases, or it is behind a password protected site, which is how we do a lot of our data. So I want to make sure that the data that comes from them and any other data we have, especially tying it to, say, an assessor's website, and the assessor's data, that we can still do that, because I think there is going to be a lot of insight that we would like. But it also, at the same time, if they don't want to take it to that level, or they want to anonymize it in their own way, or keep certain types of privacies, that's their right. So I'm not going to try to force them to do anything that they're not comfortable with.
I think they have a certain fiduciary responsibility that they're not willing to surrender to a contract of anonymity with someone else.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I understand. I understand that. I think just in terms of participation, I'm guessing a lot of hosts would not prefer to have that information in any way made available, except to the person that they have signed a contract with. So I understand that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just need to make sure that we know if there's units being talked about in that data and the same units being talked about here, they're the same unit, right? They're not being counted twice, so you need enough information to know that. And I think a next step is to try and connect further with NARAB and with the person that they might be bringing on, to make sure that we can figure out how these things are going to work together. Jeff's data, Jeff's work, and their work, so that we know from the very beginning that those are going to complement and connect rather than be totally separate. Because we need a set of data that's going to help us answer our questions, and we got to figure out how to collect it. Yeah.
Jeffrey, you sort of mentioned that location is a little bit tricky and that you're working through that. I guess maybe in the time that you're going to be taking to clean that out, would it be helpful to take what the town has already done, which is the registry that they've tied to the GIS? I mean, I know some people might say it's not perfect, but it might be helpful to look at it as a.
Yeah, this is you're right. I mean, so part of getting our own tools to work inside Granicus is, I will be technical for a moment. So a parcel is identified in GIS in Nantucket with a map, a parcel, and then a sort of unit number. There are three categories. They are displayed usually, and you see it in the assessor as, say, 178//35//4. Because we don't get asked a lot about this, Granicus within our system has a workaround, which is they just collapse all that into a unique parcel ID that is just all those numbers together. That's not then exportable back into GIS in order to get bulk data. So what I am working on, because there are units that are not totally compliant with the registry for a variety of reasons, both perfectly fine and less fine, is I want to make sure that our data, and it's very, very simple, which is I need to go back into the code and just not divide it into one column, but keep it as separate at 3 columns. This is just something that I have to do to get our thing in the same order. The registry that exists within the town is something that we then check against. But right now I can't get our system to communicate in the way that I want it to. And so this is almost more of a note to myself. It is a step that I have to do in order to get it in the right format. So yes, the registry data is very useful, but this is also just a step that I have to do. And I wanted to explain that step to explain why it's taking a little bit to connect our tool specifically to the town's assessor.
And so the answer is yes, and it takes time.
It's yes, it's a yes and, absolutely. Yeah.
I guess my question was, should we be looking at the map that already exists of the registry, of the registered STRs to, let's say, evaluate some of these points about neighborhoods or about
the town registry?
So the state registry, my understanding was translated into GIS.
Are you talking about the map that Leslie included in her presentation last year, right?
November last year.
That's the one that I sent you and Jeffrey all of the data points on this.
And I think that was done by hand. That wasn't done through GIS, was it?
Yeah, there's a map. I'd be happy to forward that to all of you.
And the percentages with it?
I already sent it to Stacy and Granicus.
I guess my point is, I feel like that data already exists. And so
Yeah.
if you wanted to trace the neighborhoods, like instead of waiting 3 months, you could.
Yeah,
look
I
at
mean,
it
I think
sooner.
that's also part of reconciling, right? Whatever we get from NARAB is to make sure that all this stuff at least somehow makes sense and reflects what NARAB is saying, reflects what Plus has come up with, reflects what, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. But yeah, that could be used for that.
Yeah. And we already know that has duplicates in it, but that's okay. It's still a reference point.
I think it's still a reference point. And GIS is super, super powerful. It allows you to draw whatever boundaries you want to do, and start to slice and dice some of that data. But I think to your point, eventually we're going to have to kind of merge all of these things together to create a more unified data set. But we're working on it to get also to have that be as up to date as possible to current data.
And I think also the neighborhood associations already know what their neighborhoods are. I don't think it's any official thing, but I know as the Tom Nevers Civic Association, where I'm the vice president, we have a list of streets, and those are considered in Tom Nevers. I'm guessing the other associations have that as well.
Yeah, and I assume that's from the public Massachusetts registry, which I think only lists streets. It doesn't list street numbers.
But you can, having certain streets or certain addresses or whatever, you could get an idea of what neighborhoods are as far as Nantucket people are concerned. That might help.
Yeah, and again, whatever boundaries, I know sometimes neighborhood boundaries are contentious, but whatever boundaries are relevant, and sometimes those conform to neighborhood groups. Sometimes those are about other things. So yeah, absolutely.
Any other questions or thoughts about the data collection?
Yeah, that's a good point, though, I think that Jeff just had. He's got to sit down, when he sits down with NARAB and goes over this whole thing, talk about the neighborhoods, because there are some really distorted neighborhoods. So some people tell you that they live in Cisco where they really don't live in Cisco. I'm making that up, I don't know where it is.
You mean in their platform listing?
Right,
say,
right,
live
it
here
goes
in
say Cisco, but really when you're looking at the map, it really isn't Cisco.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. So they need to go with somebody who knows Nantucket well.
Yeah, are you mapping based on what neighborhood they say they're in, Jeffrey, or are you mapping based on the address?
We do almost everything through address, for that reason, because people are you know, no matter where you are, they're very expansive about what, you know, blocks from the French Quarter. Well, how many blocks, right? So
look at a map of Nantucket and it's blocked out by Cisco, by Tom Nevers, by Sconset. The edges of those might not necessarily be the same as the center of them. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But it's
And-
solved if you go by address rather than by those descriptions.
Not really.
And that's also why I do mention that we can do custom geographies, because I know especially sometimes with say
Right, exactly.
housing, there are often different geographies you want to draw based on not say how a neighborhood is sold or what the name is of the tract, but you know, this is where we consider kind of workforce housing area. There are lots of places that draw that. I've worked in places where this is where all the students live. So we're going to draw a unique boundary because that is a priority population of some kind. So there are lots and lots and lots of different ways to draw. And I wouldn't rely totally on neighborhoods, because neighborhoods are, like you all know, neighborhoods are often more contentious and less edifying than maybe some sort of other geography. So we do everything by address. That means we can do any sort of geography we want from that.
Okay.
I think that also that there's a lot of information you can get from that's reported when you are an STR, registered STR in Massachusetts, and you have to report your usage to the state. So that's all there. It's also collected by the platforms and the real estate agents. I don't know if you have access to it or not, but all there.
Yeah, I think a lot of that's going to be through is the type of usage data that we would get from the real estate agents. The platform and the state are less interested in sharing that data, and sometimes that's just for legal reasons, and sometimes that's just because they don't want to.
Well, the state has all of it. The question is, will the state allow you to see it?
Well, that is something that I'm looking into, I guess, a little bit, but generally states tend to be pretty tight-lipped about usage because it ties to income. I think the easier avenue is going to be through the real estate agents, because they have that locally and are willing to share it more directly. Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, I think the reality for this group is that if you want the detailed information, the town is going to have it once this registry is up and going, right? But that's time. So the group may decide as data comes in, okay, let's start with these 3 things. Let's wait a year, come back together with data, right? If the data is not enough, that's going to be for all of you to decide as you go along, as you look at the data and say, is this enough for us to make decisions for now, right? Or do we want to just, you know, do a few no regrets things and come back together when we have more complete data, right? Which you will have when your registry is really operating. So it's something to keep in mind. Yeah.
With that said, I think that with the deadline for fall special town meeting, we should have all of the registry information in plenty of time. Because I would imagine most people would be registered by June. So we would have all that local data in time to at least have it included in our decision making process.
And that may open up other avenues too. I mean, certainly when we start to look at some of the compliance angle, there may be some questions about, you know, who didn't get registered? Why didn't they get registered? Is there anything we can glean from that? We've seen some places try to answer those types of questions as well, because ultimately, whatever rules you're going to float, there is going to be some sort of enforcement angle. And if you can get ahead of it, it makes your life a lot easier.
Okay, so we're going to shift to public comment in a minute. I want to talk about work planning and schedule, because I promised John that I would, and it was the plan all one. John said, Stacy, come to us with this. I don't have it. But what I want to do is talk about it with all of you, right? Which is, what are the expectations? What are the things you think that we really need to be doing to get to the finish line, right? let's say the end of June. We might have till past the end of June. But let's imagine for now, conservatively, if we can get done by the end of June, we know we can meet all the deadlines to get to special town meeting in the fall, right? So that feels like a lot of time from now, right? We need to get the data. We've been told February. That's what I've heard. I don't know when in February. We have to, between now and then, start digging in to what does that mean. I think there's some work to be done to sort of figure out, what is NAREB's process? What are they comfortable with if they're gonna bring someone in to be collecting that on their behalf? Do they want this group to be involved in some way? Do they want the town to be involved in some way? If so, we want to make sure that the contract, the approach, the things they're doing really are going to work for this group and are going to be able to communicate with the data that Granicus is working on, right? So that's, I think, all immediate stuff to work on in December, but not necessarily for the group, right? Those are conversations that I can have with the town, with NAREB, et cetera, to try and move that forward. We have our public input session next week. It's gonna take some time to collate what we learn from that, so that we can give it back to you as a synthesis, right? I'm thinking January 17th could be our next committee work group meeting. And at that time, we will have a synthesis of the public input. We'll have an update on where we are on data collection, right? After that.
Stacy, I have a question.
Yeah.
We just got an invitation to a meeting on the 20th of December. Are you saying we wouldn't have that meeting?
I am suggesting we do not have that meeting. I'm suggesting we cancel that meeting. And that we cancel the January 4th meeting, right? Or third meeting, right? And we instead meet again on the 17th. Because I know it's gonna take us some time. I don't know how many people are gonna come to the public meeting, but I think it's gonna be enough. CBI's closed between Christmas and New Year's. So we're gonna need some time to pull all that together to be able to share a synthesis with you all, right? So my suggestion is we'll have our public meeting on the 12th next week. We'll reconvene the full work group on the 17th. And then, unless there's work you think we really should be doing before we get data delivered, my guess is that we don't meet again until that time in February where we have some data. Right? That then gives us whatever's left of February, March, April, May, June, right? 4 months, assuming we even get the data by the end of February. That gives us 4 months, right, to deliberate, to take our ideas, test them against the data. We might want to do a little more data, exploration of what would the impacts be of this idea or that idea, right? But it gives us 4 more months to do that. Start to write up the language of what these bylaws might look like, zoning or general or both, right? And those and come through it, do more public meetings, right? To try and get done by the end of June. So I don't have any more magic details on exactly what that looks like, but that's sort of the sense I have, but I want to hear.
So January 31st would be killed as well.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, can we get a new?
Yeah.
And
delete all your.
You mean my 4 for every
All
meeting?
4. All 4.
Really?
Yeah.
And we're gonna get copies of this stuff.
This will all be in the meeting summary.
Okay, great.
All of this will be in the meeting.
Because I don't want to take all this time and lose.
Yeah,
what
we neither do we. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Since there is more time and we're waiting for that data, one of the things that we did talk about already was having any information, if we could possibly get it, on what would happen or what could happen or what would be the impacts of any of these levers that we may pull on the economy. So knowing ahead of time the potential circumstances or the potential consequences, whether they're good or bad, knowing that would be helpful. So is there a way to have some sort of study that could be independently done with no aim in mind, just to give us that kind of data as well, so we have that information move forward and not be paid for by anybody who has interest in it one way or the other.
Yeah, so a couple thoughts come to mind. Let me check them with you, Kathy, and then we can sort of figure out, I'm not sure we put this on Jeffrey, maybe there's another way to get this information, right? But if you want to understand baseline things like, what is the tax revenue the town takes in, like what are the points of information that you think would be most important there?
Yeah, already have that.
What is the information, right? What is the information that you think should be
off the top of my head? I think I've sent you a study that's old, and was a couple years old, and it was done by another group. I forget who did it, but just do something like that from an independent basis. That would be data that people, maybe the Nantucket data platform people could help with that. I don't know. It's just information that would have some idea of okay, how much of the how many jobs are related to short-term rentals or to the vacation, just something like that. And it has all of the metrics in it. If that was redone in a way that people could trust the data, that would be helpful.
So you're referring to the Donahue Institute report?
Yeah.
Kathy? Yeah, I think that would be helpful. I have concerns about, and it's not about the viability of the report or the data. I'm just concerned about, Julia's not here, but it was funded by, I think it was funded by the Copley Group or partially.
Right, that's why I would want to redo it.
She's not saying
Yeah,
that.
so, but listen, they've already started. It would be crazy to go elsewhere, right? If we can all agree that they were spot on in the beginning and we could get Julia to agree to continue, I think it would just make more sense and we would get a better product at a quicker pace.
Can we just go to the people who produced it and they hire them
That's
to
what
update it?
Well, yes, maybe we hire them. Maybe the town hires them instead
Right.
of, yeah, so.
That's what I was thinking.
So I think happy to look into that and talk to the town about it. I'm also conscious of just the sometimes it's not just who pays for the study, it's who does the study and what their orientation.
Yeah, it's hard to do math.
Like, huh?
Hard to do math somehow. I didn't do
Crazy
that.
math.
So I mean.
Can't
we
have an agenda then.
There's a real agenda in there.
So I think good question, Kathy. Why don't we do a little more investigating, see what I can come back with, yeah.
Stacey, just real quick, just in general about the time frame being pushed back until fall town meeting. I don't know how you feel about this, nor my fellow work group members, but I was thinking that maybe on December 12th at our public input session, or maybe the work group through you releases a statement about why that is going to happen.
We're going to do that at this coming town meeting. We're going to do something.
We're gonna, have something ready.
But I mean like ASAP.
Sooner.
I think that's a
I
big
think it's a
question
terrible
out there
idea,
for a lot of
for
people
sure.
on like not the granular details of what we're doing, but in general.
Yeah.
And I think that if Nantucketers and non-residents know that's kind of what's going to happen.
Yeah, and honestly, I'd like to talk with the select board about that, and they've asked me to present later this week, but they're the ones who made the decision, right? Now, I imagine we all, I mentioned to them, it's going to be hard for us to get something done by deadline. And they're the ones who then said, great, let's give them more time. So maybe I'll talk with them about how we can message this information in a way that really helps people understand what's going on.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the update to the town meeting, because that would be, if we agree we want to do that, we would have to sort of put that in a line in here somewhere about how and when would we have to have this?
We're talking about two different things.
No?
This is something somewhat different, but yes.
Yes, one would be at the town meeting, one we're talking about doing sooner than that.
A PR
I'm thinking
release,
about the town meeting.
yeah.
Oh,
I think
okay.
that's a Sarah Alger discussion.
It is, it is.
So this is
Absolutely, Dave.
find out what it's
really-
gonna take for this group to be able to share where we are and what's going on at town meeting.
And the select board are the best people to figure out how to get to Sarah.
Yeah. And I can raise that when I
It's
talk
gonna
to
open
the
a can of
select board.
worms to do it at town meeting, in any form.
Huh?
It's gonna open a can of
I
worms to
think,
do it at
I
town
think
meeting.
it's
in
a
any
great
form.
discussion to have with Sarah, because I think she has
Yeah.
really, the insight there.
She
and-
does, yeah.
And I
She'll
would
know.
trust her 100%. She said, no, not the place to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's a
agree,
good point,
But we
yeah.
should ask it though.
Yes.
Ask about it.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to name that you feel like we need to be paying attention to, and as I'm trying to think through, how are we gonna get from here to here, really, right? Then I should be keeping.
I just think the data is really, right? I don't know
Yeah.
what the rest of my group members say, but for me, I mean, I hate to take a break, but really, what are we gonna do without something to dig into?
See your family.
Yeah. You sure we can't do this? No, I'm kidding.
Can we get the public portion of this before we
Yes.
have to leave here, please? Thank you.
Yes, we're about to do that. So I'd like to open it to the public. I'm gonna start with public in the room. We have someone who so patiently being here. If you want to come and speak, we'll put the mic for you. Did you want to speak?
You gotta
We
be on
can,
the
but no one
recording.
else can, so we're gonna bring this through.
Last time I spoke in public, I was cut off, so I don't want that to happen again. Well, the thing I wanted to find out about from this group is that in the beginning,
Your name.
oh, I'm sorry, yes, Caroline Baltzer. In the beginning of this group tonight, I don't know who was talking about it, but the thing about the suits, people getting sued, came up, and someone mentioned, and I'm sorry, I don't know the technical term, but that there could be a law passed that would be sunsetted or something to protect people in the meantime while all of this is going on in the working group. And I feel, and that didn't come up again. I feel that it is terribly important because, as we can see, I'm the only person here as part of the public, and we're having another meeting next week where the public is going to be invited. And I think that people could be feeling, worried about what would constitute something that could have that targeted at them. And the group hasn't talked about that very much. So I don't know how you guys are all feeling about that. But I think that very much affects the public. And I think that the public is depending on you guys to protect them. Especially during this time when you guys are all trying to work on trying to figure out what the problem is and then try to do something about it. So I just want to underscore that seems like a very important point. And the public would like to hear. I've certainly heard from many people that the public is very worried about this. Thank you.
Okay, now let me turn to our alternates and the public on our screen here. Anyone? Can you see?
Yeah, Robin.
Oh, yes, Robin.
Hi, Stacy, thanks. Jeffrey is doing yeoman's work trying to get the data, and a lot of the questions keep coming back to data. And it reminds me of this old saying, we shouldn't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And what I mean by that is Jeffrey is trying to get the perfect. So arm's length independent data. And we really need data about length of stay, what neighborhood, what street, what size of home. And NARAB will help. But there are the platforms, there are people, like Kathy and many others who rent through the platforms, not NARAB. The state of Massachusetts, as Jeffrey said, would be reticent, but there is a huge resource that we're overlooking, and that's the town. The town, as it starts this registry, could reach out to all owners and say, please give us your last 2 years. We have your tax receipts. Please tell us how long the stays were, how many nights, what time of year, etc. Ask that question. And by the way, there is a penalty for misrepresentation. So we could very quickly within this group get huge amounts of data in a relatively short time, I feel, if we just use that resource, which is in the midst of us, which is the town. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Mike?
Yeah, Mike. And Charles, can you allow him to speak?
See it up to speak? Just Charles introduce.
Oh, yeah. Charles. Thank you. Sorry.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mike, you.
Yeah. Mike and Penny Hurley, 6 Salty Way. You were talking through the work session of the meeting early on this afternoon about various capping mechanisms and setting limits, et cetera, to the number of short-term rentals, perhaps having a target and working your way down towards that target over time. And you talked about having the change of state between grandfathered situations and or newly approved rentals and not rentals being the sale of a property. You also mentioned on the death of the owner. I would caution you that many of us have been working on Nantucket as a focal point for our families for a long time, for generations. And hopefully when we die, our children will be able to enjoy a continued use of that property as a focal point for the family. But they very often may have to rent it to be able to afford it, just like we were on the way towards acquiring the property. So I'd be very careful about using death as a criteria to change state from being a legitimate STR location versus not having a permit to do so. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah.
No, we don't have any more. Billy or Jane, do you want to make a public comment?
Okay. Well, with that then, I want to thank you all for our marathon session here. Thanks especially for making your way to the island.
Yes, thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you for coming.
Special points for that.
Glad to be here.
And to those who weren't able to be here in person and having to deal with the hybrid situation, which I know is not easy either. And we will we'll be sending you more information about next week's public meeting. And then we will connect again on January 17th.
Thank you. Thank you.
You guys have a way to get back?
That's meeting.
Huh?
Yeah.
You guys
thank
have a
you.
way to get back in town?
Megan's, yeah. So, thank you.
So I'm gonna text them to. Thank you, Dad.